Topping your Fox 45 early edition newscast, the ongoing juvenile crime crisis in Baltimore City claims the life of yet another teen. This morning, the demands now coming from people in the area. And as Marylanders continue to deal with a wave of carjackings and thefts, new problems are rising. The fines many victims are now facing despite their car no longer being in their possession.
And we are tracking some light mist that is out there this morning. We'll talk about how long this pattern sticks around and what we can expect for the weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Tuesday, September 26th. I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He spoke of that mist. We've got an Orioles game in town tonight. Any impacts?
Yeah, potentially, Meg. We'll hopefully get some of those showers to move on out of here. It's not a lot of rain. In fact, you look at the radar, you're not going to see any green blobs showing up because it's just that mist that is continuing to be with us. These are still the remnants of Ophelia left over. So from this Towson camera, obviously it's still dark this morning, but those low clouds are hanging around. Roads are wet. You will need the windshield wipers when you head out over the next couple of hours. And our temperature is a little bit cooler, too. Mid to upper 50s for Owings Mills and Cockeysville over to Towson. We're at 60 right now in Baltimore City, 59 your temp in Brooklyn Park at this time. So a cool and misty morning is what we're looking at here. Another cloudy afternoon, and then we will get some more sun later this week, but it's going to take at least another day before we get out of this pattern. And check these numbers, too. On the cooler side, only 50s for your morning drive. Watch it, though. It could be a little wet. Back with your full forecast in a few.
Right. Justin, thank you. We do begin this morning with the violent crime emergency and the latest incidents in the ongoing juvenile crime crisis. This year, at least 14 young people have been killed across Baltimore. One of two incidents happening just yesterday, adding to that total. In West Baltimore, a 15-year-old was shot and killed just before 4:30 near Gilmore Elementary School. That scene is on your left. So far, police have not named any suspects. Around the same time, right outside of Dunbar High School, police say a juvenile who is a student of the school shot himself. He is currently recovering. As we mentioned, 14 children have been killed in the city so far this year. It started on New Year's Day. 17-year-old Deasia Garrison was shot and killed in East Baltimore, part of a double shooting along North Glover Street. Just 3 days later, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was killed right near Edmondson West Side High School. A 16-year-old was arrested in that shooting. In March, 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was gunned down at a park near Johns Hopkins Bayview. Carter was a student at Patterson High School. His killer was caught 2 weeks later in Texas. Then in April, 12-year-old Jalen Richards was killed in South Baltimore. His family says he was wearing an ankle monitor when he was killed. They say they are trying to distance him from some of the adults in his life who were getting him involved in crime because they knew that he wouldn't face charges.
Big people that don't want to take charges and say you're a 12-year-old that you will come home. They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor.
This morning, coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, we have live team coverage on the juvenile violence. Olivia Dance will be live with questions this morning surrounding kids and guns following yesterday's incidents. And Shannon Lilly will have more on the continued calls on lawmakers to address the crisis in Annapolis. In just under 1 week, the Baltimore City Council will vote to determine whether acting police commissioner Richard Worley will be confirmed. Worley received a unanimous vote of support from a city council committee last week, but some lawmakers and the public are still voicing concerns about the way police handled the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
My top priority now, Brooklyn was a huge incident. We have to continue to address the shortcomings there and make sure it doesn't happen again. But my biggest thing is community policing.
Fox 45 News sent several questions to city council members asking if they intend to approve Worley's nomination or if the handling of the mass shooting gave them pause about the decision. We also asked council members if they think Worley is the best person to tackle some of Baltimore's public safety concerns, and so far we have not yet heard back. Worley says juvenile crime and car thefts will be his priorities if he is confirmed. This year, nearly 8,000 vehicles have been stolen in Baltimore. That's about 30 cars a day. About 3% of those end with arrests. And for people who do have their cars stolen, sometimes thieves are racking up tickets and the owners have to pay them.
They said, well, it would probably happen while it was stolen. They told me that. And I said, well, why should I have to pay for it? They said, well, we're not going to release your car unless you pay the two speeding tickets. They shouldn't make me a victim 2 and 3 times. I was a victim once with my car being stolen. I was a victim with the insurance company, and I was a victim with the city of Baltimore.
The woman says the city also sent her a notice about having the right to sell her car if it wasn't reclaimed from the impound lot in 11 days. Fox 45 News asked Baltimore City Department of Transportation why victims are being expected to pay fines that are incurred while their cars were stolen. We have not yet heard back. The Baltimore County Police Department is trying to help you protect your cars. Kias and Hyundais have been targeted more than any other vehicle during this year's spike in car thefts due to a design flaw. On October 7th, Baltimore County Police will give out free steering wheel locks and help owners upgrade their security software. For more information on the event, you can go to foxbaltimore.com. If you have a stolen car story, or if you know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Just scan the QR code on your screen, let us know what happened, or send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. An influx of migrants at the southern border has El Paso hitting a breaking point. How the city's mayor is addressing the issue and where fingers are being pointed on who is responsible for the border crisis. And we have a cloudy and cool start to the day with a few stray showers moving in this afternoon. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when the sun will come out and higher temperatures move in. It is 4:36 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
4:39 on your Tuesday morning. It is Hump Day Eve, almost the first hump day of autumn. And looking outside, yeah, kind of stuck in this same weather pattern with lots of those low clouds hanging around and even the misty conditions that we are seeing as you step outside. So making your way out this morning, you will not need the sunglasses today again. Maybe a light rain jacket and also just a light umbrella too, because if you're getting the kids to the bus stop next couple of hours, they're going to get wet even though it's not actually raining. One of those days that I don't like. Here's a look at our jogging cast. We'll keep those numbers in the mid to upper 50s for the next couple of hours, so definitely a little wet and squishy out for your runs. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines here this morning, Ukraine claims a big win following a missile strike last week. Military leaders say the blast on the Russian Navy's headquarters in Crimea killed 34 officers, including the fleet commander, but they have not provided evidence yet. The Ukrainian Air Force saying it conducted a dozen strikes in a port city targeting areas of personnel, military equipment and weapons. They claim to have taken out 2 anti-aircraft missile systems and 4 artillery units. Now, here in the U.S., the mayor of El Paso is saying the city is at a breaking point amid an influx of migrants at the southern border. According to the mayor, more than 2,000 people per day are crossing into the city to seek asylum. This surge prompting El Paso to open an emergency shelter over the weekend, which can hold 400 people. The mayor warns the city's resources are strained. Republicans blame the border crisis on President Joe Biden's policies, while the White House says Congress needs to act to fix a broken system.
How do we find real solutions? I get it. There's a lot of finger pointing. It's easy to blame President Biden's failed immigration policies, but how do we find real solutions?
At least 5 buses carrying migrants left El Paso on Saturday, heading to big cities like New York, Chicago, and Denver. This is video of migrants arriving in Washington, D.C. The mayor says the migrants are being voluntarily moved to the city of their choice. Well, the Biden administration is investing billions of dollars into historically black colleges and universities. Coming up, what exactly it will support moving forward.
You can order those free at-home test kits beginning today from the government. Once again, I'm Liz Bonus. We'll tell you what you need to know to have them sent to your family. It's just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Angela Brown. This morning on the National Desk, a judge declares President Biden's version of DACA illegal, plus the latest on the migrant surge at the border. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. With the recent rise in COVID cases and cold and flu season right around the corner, the federal government is once again offering free at-home COVID tests. As of yesterday, you can order 4 free COVID-19 tests from the government. The tests are free, and so is shipping, which starts next week. Every household can order 4 through covidtests.gov. Federal officials say the at-home test will be a critical part of preventing another massive surge in COVID cases, but some are concerned about their effectiveness. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains.
Hey there, everybody. You can get 4 free home COVID-19 tests by simply submitting your order beginning this week online. You simply go to the government site, click on Order Free at-Home Tests, and put in your name and home address. The tests available for order are rapid antigen at-home tests, not PCR. They can be taken at home or other locations, and they give you the results in about 30 minutes. They also can be used for testing whether you have COVID-19 symptoms or not, or whether or not your vaccinations are up to date. You can also voluntarily report positive or negative results through the test site to help us track COVID-19 across the country. As for why you might want to keep a few of these tests around, just ask Mom, Diamond Lacey.
Leasia had COVID, Azaria had COVID, and Kalia had COVID, and I and my husband also had COVID.
When COVID hits one family member, it tends to spread quickly, and it
causes a lot of similar symptoms to upper respiratory tract infections.
Ohio's Tri-Health Family Medicine specialist Dr. Scott Wood says testing right away can help you start antivirals to shorten the symptoms of COVID-19 or maybe the flu.
But boy, their symptoms cross over a lot.
The other reason to order your test now, you may need more than one to know you even have COVID-19.
We've been seeing a lot of people who end up being COVID positive who are testing COVID negative on day 1 and 2 with the rapid test.
Now, if you need help placing an order for your at-home test, there is a phone number, 1-800-232-0233. And there is also a number if you need hearing assistance, a TTY number, 1-888-720-7489. And if you go to that website, there's also a list. It's on the government site, and it has places in your state where you can have no-cost antigen or PCR tests to follow these at-home tests, even if you do not have health insurance. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. Turning now to the Orioles as their magic number to clinch their first AL East title in 9 years is now down to 3. We want to take you live to Camden Yards and D.C. because today and tomorrow, the O's are going head-to-head with the Washington Nationals. First pitch is at 6:35 p.m. for both of those games, and we know that both the Rays and the Orioles, meantime, were off yesterday. So to secure the AL East title at the earliest today, the O's would have to win. Tampa Bay would have to lose. If that were to happen, Baltimore could be division champions as soon as tomorrow. Let's go. 4:48 on this Tuesday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Talked about a little bit of rain game here in town.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. 6:35 tonight. And Meg, this weekend, Fan Appreciation Weekend.
Oh,
Lots of stuff.
That.
Yeah, there's always to do on the final weekend of the home season. So 6 home games left. That's it for the regular season. And then next week, I mean, it's playoff time. So we're talking playoffs here, which is amazing. Now, the thing is, we do have this kind of wet-ish weather. Thankfully, it's not Saturday's weather. So we are going to have some of the light showers that will be around. Definitely the tarp on the field right now at Camden Yards. But our Towson Cam looking at a lot of cloud cover out there and the misty conditions. So you are going to get wet when you step outside. At least right now, your temperature at 60 in Towson and the dew point at 57 degrees. Dew points and air temperatures when they're close, that means we've got that humidity that is in place, and that's what we're seeing at this time. Now, again, this is what I show you, and this is what I talk about all the time when we have these kind of misty mornings. You don't see the green on your radar, so when you open up the FOX45 weather app and go, oh, it's not raining outside, we're good to go. Well, it's not really the case because we've got the mist that is out there just not being picked up on the radar. So we have what's left of Ophelia, still this area of low pressure that's hanging out in the Atlantic. Well, a large ridge of high pressure is in southern Canada. Between those two systems, it's forcing all of that cloud cover, the onshore flow right into the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, which is why we're kind of stuck in this weather pattern. And it's going to take another couple of days before that actually breaks down. On your Rise and Shine cast for the next few hours, our temperatures mainly in the upper 50s and a few lower 60s here and there. Notice the sunrise and sunset time. So the equinox was on Saturday, but today is actually the day where we get 12 hours of day and night. And then tomorrow, those days will get shorter. We'll be on the other side of that. All right, so here's a look at your day planner. 59 by 8 a.m. Lots of cloud cover hanging around today. We're barely going to get into the lower 60s through about noontime, and we'll top out in those lower 60s as well at 2 and 3 o'clock hour, right about 62, 63 degrees. Some of us not even getting out of the 50s. So it will be cooler today than where we ended up yesterday. Look at all the green on the map here. These are the color contours. A lot of us in the upper 50s for Westminster, over to Eldersburg, Hereford Zone at 58, 61 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, and 62 in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Meanwhile, numbers in Howard and Arundel counties in those lower 60s for you, possibly some mid 60s along the water. But other than that, overall, just kind of a cool and cloudy day. And you can really see what's going on here with the mid-Atlantic that I was talking about and the Northeast. Look at all that green right there, upper 50s and lower 60s. So those are all the clouds that are kind of hanging around and keeping our temperatures down. Here's a look at that future scan to kind of paint the picture for you. Notice not a lot of green blobs rolling through, but we'll have those off and on showers through the day today and into the evening tonight. I don't believe it's going to be canceled, the game. I just think it's going to be maybe delayed. But either way, we'll keep our eyes on that. And then Wednesday afternoon, finally some breaks in the cloud cover. Thursday looks a little bit more cloudy with another system rolling in, bringing us some more showers by Friday. So it's really going to take until the weekend for us to actually have those bright, sunny, and warmer afternoons. So, as we mentioned, O's back in town tonight, 64 for your high today. That's it. Then back to the upper 60s tomorrow. Finally, some lower 70s for Thursday and Friday, and a much brighter and warmer weekend is around the corner. Let's go check out mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 403 and Penn Train 401, both operating with delays, running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of Mark look good for the commute start. Light Rail Link still has a shuttle bus bridge and service disruption between North Avenue and Hunt Valley. Shuttle buses, of course, are in place there bridging the gap, and that's due to continuing storm cleanup related to Light Rail Link in this weekend's weather. You'll find Metro subway link on time, though, in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. The UAW strike continues here in the U.S., but in Canada, contract ratifications are underway. Still to come, the talks we are expecting today and the latest factory closure.
I'm Kayla Gaskins. Coming up, we'll share details of a concerning new report that highlights just how bad some of America's public education systems are performing.
It is 4:52 as you take a live look from Philadelphia. Eagles celebrating a win there last night. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local. This morning, we are learning new details about a former Morgan State basketball player who was killed in a D.C. nightclub shooting this weekend. 31-year-old Blake Bozeman played at Morgan State from 2011 to 2015. He was one of 4 people shot at Crew nightclub late Saturday night. 3 other victims were all treated for non-life-threatening injuries. No suspects have been named at this time. Here in Baltimore, the 17-year-old suspect accused of killing 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was found guilty of first-degree murder. Prosecutors say the teenager shot and killed Brogdon on the grounds of Mervo High School as school was getting let out last September. This ruling happened yesterday, but it's not yet clear when he will be sentenced. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. New data shows an alarming number of students can't read or do math at a grade level, including right here in Baltimore. We have national correspondent Kayla Gaskins looking into the numbers nationwide.
The state of America's public education system in the spotlight again.
We have a system that's just running rogue, and it starts at the top.
After concerning new state test scores show 13 of Baltimore City's 32 public schools had not one student test proficient in math among kids who took the 2023 state exam this past spring. At Baltimore's top 5 schools, only 11.4% of students who took that exam scored proficient in math.
Parents, guardians, supporters need to be outraged.
Sinclair's Project Baltimore obtaining a copy of the report before its official release.
Obviously, we have to have unbelievable urgency to it's not acceptable where we are, but that doesn't mean that the entire system is broken.
Baltimore is not the only school system struggling. During a Sinclair town hall hosted by conservative commentator Armstrong Williams, a member of the Texas State Board of Education added this.
I used to teach 5th grade, and by 5th grade, you should be able to read, and a lot of my students did not know how to read at all once they got to my classroom.
A public school teacher whose TikTok account is based in Atlanta says he deals with these issues every day.
I don't understand why they're not stressing to y'all how bad it is. I teach 7th grade, they are still performing on the 4th grade level. They just keep passing them on, 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 passing them on. I can put as many zeros in this grade book as I want to. They're going to move that child to the 8th grade next year.
Since the pandemic, those upset with the public education system have grown increasingly vocal about their frustrations.
I am not leaving.
Education Secretary Miguel Cardona telling the Associated Press he has little respect for them.
I don't have too much respect for people that are misbehaving in public and then acting as if they know what's right for kids. There's a team that's fighting for kids, and there's a team that's fighting against kids.
A new study by Arizona State University found nationwide 1/3 of 4th and 8th graders can't read on a basic level. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
All right, Kayla, thank you. The Biden administration invests more than $7 billion into historically black colleges and universities. That announcement comes during the observance of National HBCU Week. HBCUs are known for academic excellence and have helped increase the black middle class. But the institutions have not had the same endowments or financial resources as other colleges and universities. President Biden says investing in historic colleges and universities is critical to their growth.
And HBCUs produce 40% of all black engineers in America, 50% of all black lawyers, 70% of all black doctors and dentists, and 80% of all black judges.
The investment will support research, infrastructure, Pell Grant increases, and student debt repayment. Vice President Harris adds these universities have also contributed to America's leadership. The ongoing juvenile crime crisis in Baltimore City claiming the life of yet another teenager. This morning, the demands now coming from people in the area.
And more county leaders are now weighing in on that juvenile crime crisis. Just ahead, the action that some are now demanding.
Well, we've got more of those clouds kind of hanging around. Will it ever end? Well, hopefully we'll talk about some more sun in our future. We'll talk about it right here on Fox 45, the early edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. If you like rain, or not even heavy rain, just like that England mist, that London fog, if you will, man, we've got a great day for you.
I'm over it, actually. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. But you say sun is coming. I'm holding on to that.
Yeah, well, the great poet laureate Vanilla Ice said, will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. And the thing is it is going to stop. It's just going to take a while. That's the whole thing. So let's take a look outside and see what's going on here from our Towson camera. We do have the cloud cover that Tom was talking about, the mist that is out there. And yeah, you're going to get a little bit wet if you make your way outside this morning. You'll need the windshield wipers. Temps are actually cooler this morning. Lower 50s in Oakland, 58 Cumberland, mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Bel Air, right at 60 in Baltimore City. So a cool and misty morning will continue in another cloudy afternoon. We'll get more sun. It's just going to take a couple more days for us to get there. And you know what? I threw the yellow light on our morning drive with Mr. Bo. Says take it slow because those roads are still wet this morning. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
5:01 now. We begin with the violent crime emergency and latest incidents in the ongoing juvenile crime crisis.
This year, at least 14 young people have been killed across Baltimore City. One of two incidents happening just yesterday, adding to the total. In West Baltimore, a 15-year-old was shot and killed just before 4:30 right near Gilmore Elementary School. That scene we're showing you now on the left right here. So far, police have not named any suspects.
Now, around that same time, right outside of Dunbar High School, police say a juvenile shot himself. He is currently recovering.
This morning, we have live team coverage of the juvenile violence. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will have more on the continued calls on lawmakers to address the crisis in Annapolis.
We begin, though, with Olivia Dance. She is live with questions surrounding kids and guns following yesterday's incidents. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, this morning, residents are concerned about the ongoing youth violence, especially after Baltimore police responded to two shootings involving teens just yesterday.
It's easy to say if the parents are more involved, maybe they are, but I don't know. It's just unfortunate.
We have to keep talking about it and say something and do something, not just talk about it, but do something.
On Monday at around 4:30 in the afternoon at North Gilmore near Lawrence Street, officers arrived and found a 15-year-old boy suffering several gunshot wounds. The boy was pronounced dead at the hospital. Then a male juvenile was shot outside of Dunbar High School in a parking lot at the rear of the building just after 4 yesterday. He suffered a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now it's unclear what led to the shooting, but police confirmed later he is a student at the school. Not far from Dunbar, just 2 hours after the shooting, an already planned meeting was held to do something about youth crime. The faith-based group Act Now is working to hold city leaders accountable. One of the group's members speaking moments after learning about these recent violent incidents with youth. Take a listen.
Well, part of the resolution is having clarity around the issue, the conversation. We cannot avoid having serious discussions about what's plaguing the city. I don't care how many police you put on the street. I don't care how much money you try to throw at the problem. If you do not have collaboration with community, you're never going to get to the source of our issues.
And Monday's self-inflicted shooting at the school has been the third violent incident this school year. Just last week, a window was shot out at the school. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
The incident at Dunbar High School is just the latest in the string of gunshots happening this month. Now, as Olivia mentioned, exactly 1 week from yesterday, two teens were taken into custody after shots were fired at a cafeteria window. Luckily, no one was hurt. Before that, on September 1st, a 12-year-old was shot at Dunbar High School's first home football game of the season.
And as we mentioned, 14 children have been killed in Baltimore City so far this year.
It started on New Year's Day. 17-year-old Deasia Garrison was shot and killed in East Baltimore, part of a double shooting along North Glover Street. Just 3 days later, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey killed near Edmondson Westside High School. A 16-year-old was arrested in that shooting.
In March, 16-year-old Isaiah Carter gunned down at a park right near Johns Hopkins Bayview. Carter was a student at Patterson High School. His killer was caught 2 weeks later in Texas. Then in April, 12-year-old Jalen Richard was killed in South Baltimore. His family says he was wearing an ankle monitor when he was killed. They were just trying to distance him, they say, from some of the adults in his life who were getting him involved in crime because they knew he wouldn't face charges.
Big people that don't want to take charges and say you're a 12-year-old that you will come home. They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor.
Now, county executives and commissioners are joining the juvenile crime conversation.
Fox 45 News sending questions to leaders all across 23 counties in Maryland. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage for us this morning and joins us live with some of the feedback. Shannon?
Yeah, and we are getting an earful, Tom and Patrice. In fact, county executives from all across the state, including here in Baltimore County, are weighing in on how these juvenile reform laws are impacting their areas. And many of these leaders, like Harford County Executive Bob Castley, see the urgency in striking down these laws. Take a listen.
The fact that you intended to do something to help kids is irrelevant. They're dying. They're dying because of the votes that we took, the policies that we pushed forward. It's time to reverse course and do a gut check and do the right thing.
So the two major laws in question right now are the Child Interrogation Protection Act and Juvenile Justice Reform Act. Right now, 8 of the 12 county executives support calling a special legislative session to address the issues. In fact, let's take a look at more of their responses. In Howard County, Executive Calvin Ball says the new laws have hindered investigations, writing, quote, recent changes in state legislation, while aiming to help ensure our young people have better access to justice, have made it in some ways more difficult to investigate and close cases in which individuals under the age of 18 have been identified as suspects. Cecil County Executive Danielle Hornberger tells Fox 45, quote, the misguided and unconstitutional bills are making our communities less safe. It's time to pass legislation that will hold criminals accountable for their actions. And here in Baltimore County, Executive Johnny Olszewski writes, quote, we are supportive of discussions that revisit these existing laws and ensure there are appropriate levels of accountability for those who choose to commit crimes, regardless of age. And the list of leaders that are weighing in just continues to grow. As of right now, though, the governor has not agreed to call lawmakers back to Annapolis for a special session. Reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson are two of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you would like to speak with them about the juvenile justice laws, their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on your screen.
An influx of migrants at the southern border has El Paso hitting a breaking point here. Straight ahead from our live center, where fingers are being pointed when it comes to who's responsible.
We've got some wet roads out there. May not be raining per se as you step outside. Just watch for that as you make your way out on this Tuesday. We'll talk about when some brighter days are ahead coming up on Fox 45.
5:11 now. The migrant surge now reaching a crisis level this morning as one border city says they're at their breaking point.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what's happening right now. Megan?
Yeah, guys, we're taking you live to El Paso here this morning. The border there, the overwhelmed town now under a state of emergency. El Paso's mayor saying just in the last few days, the city has received more than 2,000 migrants each day, exceeding shelter capacity, straining resources. At least 5 buses carrying migrants left El Paso on Saturday, heading to big cities like New York, Chicago, and Denver. This is video of migrants actually arriving in Washington, D.C. The mayor says the migrants are being voluntarily moved to the city of their choice. Now, some relief we know could be on the way. Mexico making an agreement with some top U.S. officials to deport migrants from its border cities and return them to their home countries by land or by air. However, Mexico's government did not say when those deportations would begin or even how long they would last. Just to put things in perspective, guys, take a look at these numbers right here. The number of people encountered at the southern border last month totaling more than 230,000. We want to take you live to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers say there needs to be more repercussions to prevent illegal crossings that are often dangerous and at times deadly for these migrants. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as this continues to play out at our nation's border. Patrice.
Thank you, Megan. As Marylanders continue to deal with a wave of carjackings and thefts, new problems are rising. Still to come, the bills the victims now need to pay.
Contract negotiations continue for the big 3 auto workers and union members in the U.S. and Canada. After the break, where talks are headed today as strikes continue in the U.S. 5:13, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all
.15 and turning now to your consumer news. Ford says it is pausing work on its $3.5 billion electric vehicle battery plant in Michigan amid the auto worker strike.
A spokesman for Ford says spending on the plant has been limited until the company is confident about its ability to competitively operate the plant. Ford says it has not yet made a final decision about this planned investment. But in a statement, the president of the United Auto Worker Union calls the move shameful, describing it as a threat by Ford to cut jobs at a plant that's not even open yet. And the plant was expected to start making batteries in 2026.
The Canadian Auto Union is now going after General Motors after ratifying contracts with Ford. Talks with GM are set to begin today for about 4,300 workers. Unifor set Ford as the first target for pattern agreement in its contract discussions with the Big Three automakers, automakers in Canada. Now, the union voted in favor of a 3-year labor agreement with Ford, offering up to 25% wage increases. So far, Unifor has been able to avoid strikes against any of the automakers, unlike the UAW in the U.S.
Well, taking you live to Hollywood, you can see the back of the Hollywood sign right here. As writers will likely vote today on a new contract deal ending a nearly 5-month strike. Picketing was called off Sunday when the tentative deal was reached. The details have not been made public, but the Writers Guild of America called it exceptional, with meaningful gains and protections for writers in every sector of its membership. Full production in Hollywood could resume, and network shows like late-night talk shows could return to the air within days.
5:17, El Nino will be back this winter for the first time in several years due to the jet stream and water temperature changes in the Pacific. The National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration says El Nino typically brings wetter and cooler weather to the south and drier and warmer conditions to the north. Now, that could be good news for parts of the south dealing with drought. The Pacific Northwest Plains and Midwest could see a more mild winter, but that doesn't mean they won't have to deal with some big storms that pack a punch. So what does that mean for us? What does El Nino mean for us here? We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers.
We're due.
We're due? Well, we're due, and you said
overdue.
Overdue, and El Nino means that we could possibly have some snow, more snow this year.
Yeah, I mean, it can impact us, but I feel like it's like one of those 6, 7, 8 years we get the big, and we didn't really have it last year, and so I mean, it's really just kind of my meteorologist tingles. Yes,
okay.
my feels.
Way
yes,
to put it.
My feels, exactly right. So, but either way, we are not talking about snow right now. However, still talking about the kind of mist that is hanging around. Some of you not seeing that as you step outside, but it is definitely cooler right now than where we were yesterday at this time. Looking out over our Inner Harbor sky cam, you can see some of those low clouds hanging around. Officially 60 degrees in Baltimore. Northeast wind about 10 miles an hour. Now, the wind is going to pick up a bit today, so we'll see some breezy northeasterly winds, and that's going to keep those clouds coming in and keep that mist kind of blowing around as well. That dew point currently 57 degrees. And dew point and air temperatures, when they're close, that means we've got that very high moisture content atmosphere. I don't want to say moist. Anyway, our HD radar looking like this. You can't really see much on the actual radar. This is what happens when we just have that mist that's there. That's what's left over from Ophelia, so it's still an area of low pressure that's off in the Atlantic, and there's a ridge of high pressure, which usually when we have the ridge right on top of us, that means we're dry and clear, but it's too far to the north, so it's helping to kind of influence this onshore flow, and that is what's bringing more of that cloud cover our way. All right, so as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, go ahead and make sure they have at least a rain jacket and maybe the umbrella, especially if they're standing there. You don't want to leave them all getting all sopping wet like a drowned rat. We're looking at 59 by 7 a.m., lower 60s through noontime and into the low and mid 60s later this afternoon. So cooler than our high of 70 that we had yesterday. Typically this time of year where it's 76 degrees, not happening. We're talking 50s and 60s across central Maryland, up and down the Chesapeake and through most of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, even out through western Maryland and even down the ocean, looking at temperatures in the upper 60s today. The O's are back in town. Here's your O's cast, and it is the Battle of the Beltways. 2 games against the Nats the next couple of nights. 6:35 for that first pitch, and we are going to see at least some of those light showers kind of hanging around. It will be cool, so make sure to bring the O's rain gear so you're good to go for that matchup tonight. And again, tomorrow night, hopefully it'll be a little bit drier, looking a lot nicer as we head toward the weekend. Those weekend games are going to be fantastic with the Red Sox to wrap up the regular season. So 67 tomorrow. tomorrow. Lower 70s in the Thursday and Friday. Notice the mid to upper 70s with plenty of sunshine. I'm telling you, once we get to Saturday, guys, we're going to really enjoy that next stretch of weather. It's going to be warmer as we head toward next week as well. All right, let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Now, Mark, people going to the O's game, of course, they can jump right on that light rail, right?
That's right. Well, right now we've got a service disruption, and hopefully it'll be cleared up by then. But yes, normally light rail link would be the way to go and to get you there. Fantastic ride. It makes sense for sure. Good morning, Justin. Good morning out there right now on light. Link, you'll find that service disruption in place with shuttle buses between North Avenue and Hunt Valley. That's due to storm cleanup related to the weather of this past weekend. A lot of time for travel out there on light rail link. Metro subway link, good to go for travel in both directions. No delays or issues on time service there. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 403 and Camden 841 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Car thefts are happening at an alarming rate. Coming up next, we speak with one woman who says her car being stolen was just the beginning of a months-long headache.
A Baltimore City nonprofit tasked with picking up your trash, accused of wasting your taxpayer dollars instead. We'll tell you why just ahead here. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.524 on this Tuesday morning. New documents uncovered by Fox 45 News show Baltimore City is trying to recover more than $100,000 from a local nonprofit that did not do the work it was hired to do.
The Lazarus Wright Foundation was selected to help clean up trash and debris on city streets. Taylor Stewart joins us in studio to explain why that group is now accused of wasting your money. Taylor.
That's right. The Lazarus Wright Foundation, a local nonprofit, they're tasked with picking up trash throughout the city. The company is now accused of wasting thousands of taxpayer dollars under the Mayor's Clean Court initiative. It's headed up by Baltimore City Council candidate Christopher Irvin. Here's how we got here. Lazarus Wright was granted a 2-year, $1.6 million contract with $414,000 paid in advance. But according to an email exchange between the nonprofit and the Baltimore Civic Fund, which oversees city nonprofit spending, nearly that $250,000 advance just vanished. No receipts provided for that missing money. The city is now demanding about $130,000 of that money be paid back. But taxpayer advocate David Williams says had the city done their due diligence, they would have found Christopher Irvin, the owner, had declared bankruptcy and his home is currently in foreclosure, which should have prevented this partnership from taking place.
You're sending it to a nonprofit. There is a lack of transparency, lack of accountability, and this is going to be a growing problem for Baltimore City taxpayers, is that more and more money is going to nonprofits.
The city is also requiring a laundry list of equipment be returned. That cost about $8,000, according to Irvin's records. Now, we've also sent some questions here to the mayor's office asking, why was Irvin's nonprofit selected for a city contract considering his financial hardship? And what is the vetting process for granting public dollars to private nonprofits? We also asked this question: what will you do to prevent nonprofits from continuing to misuse taxpayer dollars in the future? We've not heard back so far. However, the city has confirmed it's now working with the nonprofit on a payment plan to recoup the missing money. Fox 45 News also asked the mayor's office if they're investigating exactly what that money was spent on and if any legal action will be taken. Not clear yet, but we'll keep you updated as we stay on top of where your money is going. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
A former Safe Streets worker is speaking out on the program just ahead, where he says leadership is lacking.
We've got a cloudy and misty morning out there, and then a breezy afternoon ahead. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when the sun will come back to town. 5:27, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back. 5:30 is the time on this Tuesday morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Can he bet your bottom dollar that the sun will come out tomorrow? That's the question.
I don't know. Wait, let's find out. Meteorologist James. You're not.
British. She's going British James because you always say it. We're talking about all the fog from London.
It was coming out really fast. It came out James.
That's all good. It's a Tuesday.
It is. It feels like that.
And you know what, too? We've kind of been under this fog, right? The kind of cloud cover and just been socked in with all of these clouds that have been rolling around, the mist that's been hanging out. I mean, it was like, I don't know, 4 minutes yesterday where the sun, I actually saw it and I was like, oh my gosh, and then it was gone. So that's basically how it's going to be. And actually will be cooler today as we look out over the stadiums. Of course, big game tonight as the O's are back in town. Hopefully we'll get that game in. Again, it'll be a little bit misty throughout the afternoon. Mid-50s here right now in Cockeysville, 57 near Tep and Towson, 60 in Baltimore, and 58 in Brooklyn Park. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. A little bit wet on those jogging paths and trails. Just be aware of that. Also wet on the roadways, so just watch for that. You'll need your windshield wipers for sure. We're going to stay in the 60s today and basically tomorrow too, but we do have at least a better chance at that sun coming out tomorrow. Heading toward the weekend, that's when we really start to see some brighter days ahead. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
5:31 now to our continuing coverage of the violence plaguing our state. Here in Baltimore, police are investigating one person shot and another 2 people stabbed in the Sandtown-Winchester Safe Streets zone Sunday night. Police say all 3 people were likely hurt during a fight at a nearby home. Anyone with information should contact Baltimore police.
Now, a former Safe Streets employee who worked in Sandtown-Winchester is sharing the experience in the program. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Baltimore County with his story. Shannon?
Yeah, Sean Colbert says there needs to be more leadership and oversight in order for the Safe Streets program to be successful. Take a listen to some of his thoughts.
Upper management is failing them, and that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm talking about. No accountability. There's no accountability. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but it's not a workers' problem. It's a management problem. It's a leadership problem.
Well, right here, this is video of the crime scene in Sandtown Sunday night. There was a shooting and stabbing here in the same Safe Streets zone. Colbert worked as a site supervisor for 4 years, where he oversaw the violence interrupters. So our teams went out and checked out this area to see if we could find any sort of response from Safe Streets. We didn't. In the meantime, Baltimore police are asking anyone with any information on this shooting and stabbing incident to give them a call or to call the Metro Crime Stoppers. Tom?
Shannon, were we able to talk to anybody at the current workers at that Safe Street location or site?
Yeah, so we briefly spoke with someone, Tom. Our teams initially went out there, knocked on that Safe Street site door, didn't get an answer. Eventually, someone did end up showing up. They said they couldn't talk to us, but then he did say that workers within Safe Streets plan to go over and talk to neighbors at that shooting location. But our teams were out there until about 2 in the afternoon, and they never saw that happen. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Fox 45 News has been investigating the Safe Streets program for years. You can find all of our reporting right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Turning now to our continuing coverage of the youth crime crisis with a string of juvenile crime across Anne Arundel County. Police say 15 juveniles committed a number of crimes throughout the county, including carjackings, car thefts, and a robbery at gunpoint. 6 of the teenagers were arrested at one time outside of a Glen Burnie Chuck E. Cheese after police say they hit another car in a stolen vehicle and then robbed a sporting goods store.
Maryland continues to deal with a wave of car thefts and carjackings.
This morning, we're hearing from a Baltimore County woman on the struggles after her car was stolen.
They shouldn't make me a victim 2 and 3 times. I was a victim once with my car being stolen. I was a victim with the insurance company, and I was a victim with the city of Baltimore.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with the latest issue that one of the thousands of drivers who've become auto theft victims in recent months is dealing with. Olivia.
No, Patrice, we spoke with that Baltimore County woman who says her car was taken by thieves and then was recovered the next day somewhere here in Baltimore City. But she says that it took weeks for her car to be released, and she's still dealing with the challenges that all of this has caused.
It's not so much my car was stolen, it was all the other stuff. I mean, there's no reason why your car should be held hostage for 30 days in the impound zone.
Cindy Garofalo asked not to show her face, but says her car being stolen was only the beginning of the headache. She received a notice from Baltimore City saying failure to reclaim the car will be considered a waiver of all rights and considered consent to the sale of the vehicle. Then the icing on the cake was 2 speeding tickets she received in the mail. The timestamps on those infractions, both within hours of when her car was taken.
They said, well, it would probably happen while it was stolen. They told me that. And I said, well, why should I have to pay for it? They said, well, we're not going to release your car unless you pay the 2 speeding tickets.
And she says the next hurdle will be getting a refund. So we reached out and asked the Baltimore City Department of Transportation why victims are being expected to pay fines that happened while their cars were stolen. This morning, that question is still unanswered. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. If you have a stolen car story or you know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen and tell us what happened, or you can send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. 5:36 today, House Republicans taking another look at a list of spending bills as the likelihood of a government shutdown grows.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with where things stand. Megan.
A lot unfolding here, guys. We want to take you live to Capitol Hill this morning, where the countdown this morning to a budget deadline now just over 4 days away. We know Congress has until the end of Saturday to pass a short-term deal. And without one in sight, guys, federal agencies now preparing for a shutdown. Many other people are as well. Google says searches related to a shutdown spiked 5,000% yesterday, specifically for things like Social Security and veterans benefits, both of which would still continue. Today, we are hearing House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will try to advance 4 Republican spending bills for defense, Homeland Security, the State Department, and agriculture. But even if he is successful, the cuts in each bill are practically dead on arrival in the Senate.
Kevin McCarthy has a problem because he made one promise when he was getting elected Speaker that he would hold spending to a $1.47 trillion number. He then went during the debt ceiling negotiations and negotiated with the president a $1.65 trillion number. And now he is talking to Republicans about a $1.52 trillion number, which Democrats have said they won't accept because it's less than the debt ceiling deal.
Former President Trump adding pressure to McCarthy, telling Republicans on Truth Social, quote, unless you get everything, shut it down. But some Republicans worry they're the ones who may pay the political consequences.
This will be a Republican shutdown. This is a deal that they all agreed upon not too long ago, just a couple of months ago, and now they can't stick to the deal.
Let's go ahead and take you live now to the White House, where the Biden administration now warning, in addition to federal furloughs, millions of essential government workers could see their paychecks delayed, from military members to air traffic controllers and TSA agents. That means we'd see impacts at the airport, mind you. And remember, federal programs could be affected. A lot of jobs impacted by this. Again, talks resume today. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as Saturday's deadline approaches. Quickly, Patrice.
All right, Megan, thank you. Project Baltimore leads another investigation into Maryland schools, and they are finding shocking numbers. Still to come this morning, the questions now rising over math proficiency.
Mostly cloudy skies with a few more showers today and possibly some more wind coming up in our weather authority. The team is tracking when the sun returns and if we'll eventually warm up. 5:39, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. All 541. Now to your election 2024 news. The race for Baltimore mayor in 2024 is heating up, which is why Fox 45 News is asking the top candidates to participate in a series of town halls. The battle for the mayor's office could be a race between Mayor Brandon Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Fox 45 News has reached out to both of the candidates and invited them to participate in bi-weekly town halls. So far, we have not heard back from Dixon or Scott. We'll keep you updated on their responses.
And that brings us to the question of the day. Should Mayor Scott and Sheila Dixon sit down for a town hall with Fox 45 News? And so far, 95% of the people who voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
A new version of ChatGPT could hold a conversation with you. Coming up after the break, its similarities to Amazon's Alexa or Apple's Siri.
Plus, the Orioles are in their final push for the chance to bring home the AL East title. How their series starting today here in Baltimore could have them celebrating as early as tomorrow. 542, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local. .545 trending now. There is a new version of ChatGPT and it can talk to you. OpenAI is releasing this new version of the popular chat box to users who subscribe to the ChatGPT Plus, which costs $20 a month. It's similar to Amazon's Alexa or Apple's Siri. You can talk to it and it will talk back. You can also upload photos to ChatGPT, like a photo of what's in your fridge. And ChatGPT can respond by telling you what recipes you can make for dinner. That would actually be good.
That would be good. You started saying that, I'm like, oh my goodness, we need to get more friends. But now I'm like, wait a minute. All right, turning now to the Orioles as their magic number to clinch the first AL East title in 9 years is down to 3. Taking you live to Camden Yards this morning because today and tomorrow the O's, they're going to head-to-head with the Washington Nationals. First pitch, 6:35 in Baltimore for both games. Both the Rays and the Orioles were off yesterday, so to secure the AL East title at the earliest, today, the O's would have to win and Tampa Bay lose. If that were to happen, Baltimore could be division champions as soon as tomorrow with another win.
So how do we celebrate that in here? I mean, like, what's happening tomorrow? What are we doing?
Man, got to do something.
No, I guess it would be Thursday because we would we would find out.
Yeah, it could happen tomorrow night. Yeah,
right,
that's the whole thing. But it could happen while everybody's at the game, here, because the last 6 games are at home.
That's a good game to go to.
Right? Tonight, it was a little on the wet side. You can see on your O's cast, because we are still having kind of that mist that's hanging around. Our temperatures are cool, too, so make sure to have the O's rain gear, maybe the pullover, the hoodie, and you don't need gloves. It's not that cold. But either way, that's what it's going to be like tonight at Camden Yards. 2 games against the Nationals. Bradish tonight. We've got G-Rod tomorrow night. And, of course, the Red Sox wrap up the regular season. So both the Red Sox and Nats are not in the playoffs, so that's all good. But we still have to win. We got to take care of business here and try to get to 100 wins. If we do that, guys, we haven't had 100 wins since 1980. And, of course, we want that AL East title, which we haven't had since 2014. So overall, looking outside, we are seeing some of the misty conditions on our HD radar. You're not going to see any of that green here because that precipitation, it's just too light to even be detected by any of the radar sweeps. And it's a lot of just kind of mist that's coming out of the clouds. So you saw Shannon standing out there with the umbrella, and you'll need the umbrella and a jacket as you make your way out as well. So we have what's left of Ophelia, still this area of low pressure that is off the Atlantic. Then we have this ridge of high pressure that is coming down from Canada. So basically what that's doing, we're between 2 systems. We have the ridge to the north and the low to the south. So that's creating with the onshore flow. You have both of those systems here that is pushing all of that cloud cover, keeping the wind and the clouds around, at least for today and potentially into tomorrow as well. That's what we're looking at. So here's our bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids get out to the bus stop today, make sure they have the rain gear ready to go. Not going to be pouring rain all day, like I've been saying, but still going to be a little bit misty throughout the afternoon, and temperatures that stay mainly in the 50s and 60s for our highs. You can see all the green on here. Those are the color contours for the temperatures and the temperature profiles. When typically this time of year, we're at 76 degrees for the 26th of September, but we're going to be in the upper 50s and lower 60s across most of Carroll and Baltimore counties. Howard and Arundel counties, you're also going to be in those low to mid 60s as well. And up and down the 95 corridor, not much different. If you go up to Philly, 60 there today, 61 in New York, 63 in D.C., upper 60s down the ocean. You got to go pretty far west, Cleveland, Columbus, Charleston. That's where we actually will see some 70s here today. So here's what's going on our future scan. You can kind of see what I was telling you. There's that low right there. There's all the clouds that are hanging around. And notice not a lot of green on the map in terms of actual rainfall, but a couple of scattered showers here and there. We may see some breaks in the clouds tomorrow, so hopefully get a little bit of sunshine. But then Thursday, we kind of get another round of more of that cloud cover and potentially a few more showers. Really, Friday is going to be our next day where we'll actually get a few more rain showers before we dry out and clear up for the weekend. And the weekend is looking spectacular. So 7-day forecast after we get through this kind of cloudy period here all the way through Friday. Our temperatures climb into the mid 70s Saturday, upper 70s and lower 80s for Sunday and into Monday of next week. And again, a lot more sunshine for this upcoming weekend.
All right, well, thank you, Justin, for that spectacular forecast. And coming up in your Len Stoller Traffic Network, taking a look at, you can see the wet roads throughout the region. The only issue that we have to report right now around the outer loop here, 83 southbound, right when you're coming on the outer loop, if you're heading there, there is a vehicle that went off the road. Cameras aren't showing anything, just the backup. So that's your only delays that we have around the Baltimore region. The only other issue is there's one incident northbound Route 1 in Rollinsville Road, but it looks like vehicles are getting around that. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay. Camden, or the Camden line of MARC, looks good for travel, but on the Brunswick line, 870 train 15 minutes late, and we've got train 890 with an 8 to 10-minute delay on MARC train. Light Rail Lake still dealing with a service disruption, and shuttle buses remain in place providing service between North Avenue and Hunt Valley. Certainly a lot of time for travel there. That's due to storm cleanup from this past weekend. You'll find Metro Subway Link operating on time, though, in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This morning, we are continuing our coverage of the ongoing juvenile crime crisis plaguing Maryland. Coming up, details on the third incident near Dunbar High School.
And a handful of college campuses are bringing back COVID vaccine mandates. Coming up, why some students are frustrated by these new guidelines. Taking you live to New Orleans here, as you see home for the Super Bowl. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
The recent Project Baltimore investigation, which found that only 11% of the students at the best public high schools in Baltimore are proficient in math, is getting more reaction.
Yeah, the stunning finding is not surprising one family. Their daughter, an honor student in Baltimore City Public Schools, was simply not prepared for college. Desmond Stinney's daughter graduated from Poly in 2020. Poly is one of the city's highest performing high schools. The honor student was accepted into one of the United States military academies. But Stinney said when she got there, she was not prepared academically, especially in math, and nearly failed out.
The test scores are absolutely revealing the shortcomings of the classroom instruction. We're setting them up to fail.
Well, these are the top 5 high schools in Baltimore City in terms of math proficiencies. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, we'll show you how each of these schools performed on the state math tests. 3 of the schools have math proficiencies under 10%.
Project Baltimore also reported there are 13 city high schools with 0 students who took the state exams this past spring who scored proficient in math. And that leads to our question of the day. Do you trust the state school board to take the appropriate action to improve public education? You can vote right now by going to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
5:56 in your health headlines this morning. A handful of college campuses are bringing back COVID-19 mandates or keeping the mandates, which are leaving some students frustrated. The National Desk Angela Brown explains.
Let's start with the University of Michigan. U of M releasing this guidance for students who test positive for COVID, urging students to make an isolation plan that includes leaving the dorm and going to their permanent home or even a hotel. That plan getting criticism. An official with the Mackinac Center for Public Policy quoted in Michigan Capitol Confidential saying these new rules are empty gestures because they are impossible to enforce. Other universities like Rutgers are keeping their COVID vaccine requirement in place. We talked to Jeremy Lee from Campus Reform and a student at Rutgers.
Right now, with the way schools enforcing vaccine mandates and how a lot of schools are even considering things like mask mandates again, it's really disappointing to see that people are still trying to enforce these draconian measures.
Back in August, Morris Brown College in Atlanta announced on Instagram that it was issuing a mask mandate following an increase in COVID cases. That mandate was scheduled to last 14 days. Overall, the majority of colleges and universities have not brought back mask mandates. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Well, you can order the 4 quote-unquote free COVID tests from the government. The Biden administration's at-home testing program officially relaunching. The tests are free because you paid for them through your taxes, and so is shipping, which starts next week. Every household can order 4 through the covid.gov/tests. U.S. employers are expecting to see the largest increase in health care costs next year.
According to benefit consultants, employers may see the largest surge in medical costs in the last decade in 2024. Analysts predict the cost would jump anywhere from about 5 to 8%. They say the hike could be due to increasing medical inflation. Consultants also noted that employers will increasingly use artificial intelligence to reduce administrative staff expenses. They said that businesses and insurers are also working to identify less expensive healthcare alternatives for workers.
Residents are concerned about the ongoing youth violence. Coming up next, I'll have details on the latest 2 incidents, plus how a community group is responding.
And more county leaders are weighing in on the juvenile crime crisis. Just ahead, the action that some are demanding.
Spike in migration at the southern border straight ahead from our live center, where fingers are being pointed when it comes to who's responsible.
And as we step a little bit closer to your hump day, we're talking about temperatures that will be cooler. And guess what? You more showers hanging around. We'll break it down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and that's right. Another misty, rainy day ahead. Will we see some sunlight? That's the big question.
That would be nice. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with what we can look forward to.
It's coming. You just got to give it another day or so. But today is going to be another cloudy day. We actually had some breaks in the clouds yesterday and a period where we didn't have the rain. And right now, just kind of seeing that mist that is out there. We'll show you that Towson camera. Still about an hour before that sun comes up. You can actually see some of that mist on that screen and that shot right there. Here's a look at your temperatures. Statewide, we're mainly in the 50s, especially in western Maryland. We're at 57 in Westminster and Bel Air, 59 currently in Baltimore City. You're at 62 in Annapolis. Chestertown, you're waking up at 58 this hour. So a cool and misty morning. Going to be a little wet on the roads and on the sidewalks this morning. Another cloudy afternoon with a few stray showers left over. Finally, some more sun later this week. But I do have that yellow light on your morning drive. So Mr. Bo says take it slow. You will need your windshield wipers, and those roads are wet as you head out this morning. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. We begin this morning with some violent crime emergency and the latest incidents in the ongoing juvenile crime crisis.
This year, at least 14 young people have been killed across Baltimore. One of 2 incidents happening just yesterday, adding to that total.
In West Baltimore, a 15-year-old was shot and killed just before 4:30 right near Gilmore Elementary School. The scene is there on your screen on the bottom right. So far, police have not named any suspects.
Around this same time, right outside of Dunbar High School, police say a juvenile shot himself. He's currently recovering.
This morning, we have live team coverage of the juvenile violence. In just a few minutes, Shen Lilly will have more on the continued calls on lawmakers to address the crisis in Annapolis.
We begin, though, with Olivia Dance. She is live with questions surrounding kids and guns following yesterday's incidents. Olivia.
Well, Tom, Patrice, this morning residents are concerned about the ongoing youth violence, especially after Baltimore police responded to 2 shootings involving teens just yesterday.
It's easy to say if the parents are more involved, maybe they are, but I don't know, it's just unfortunate.
We have to keep talking about it and say something and do something, not just talk about it, but do something.
On Monday at around 4:30 in the afternoon at North Gilmore near Lawrence Street, officers arrived and found a 15-year-old boy suffering several gunshot wounds. The boy was unfortunately pronounced dead at the hospital. Then a male juvenile was shot outside of Dunbar High School in a parking lot at the rear of the building just after 4 yesterday. He suffered a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, it's unclear what led to the shooting, but police confirmed later he is a student at the school. Not far from Dunbar, just 2 hours after the shooting, an already planned meeting was held to do something about youth crime. The faith-based group Act Now is working to hold city leaders accountable. One of the group's members speaking moments after learning about these recent violent incidents with youth. Take a listen to what he said.
Well, part of the resolution is having clarity around the issue, the conversation. We cannot avoid having serious discussions about what's plaguing the city. I don't care how many police you put on the street. I don't care how much money you try to throw at the problem. If you do not have collaboration with community, you're never going to get to the source of our issues.
And Monday's self-inflicted shooting marks the 3rd violent incident at Dunbar this school year. Just last week, a window was shot out at the school. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The incident at Dunbar High School is just the latest in the string of gunshots happening this month. Now, as Olivia mentioned, exactly 1 week from yesterday, 2 teens were taken into custody after shots were fired at a cafeteria window. Luckily, no one was hurt. Before that, September 1st, a 12-year-old was shot at Dunbar High School's first home football game of the season.
And as we mentioned, 14 children have been killed in Baltimore City so far this year. It started New Year's Day. 17-year-old Deasia Garrison was shot and killed in East Baltimore, part of a double shooting along North Glover Street. Just 3 days later, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was killed right near Edmondson West Side High School. A 16-year-old was arrested in that shooting. And then in March, you remember 16-year-old Isaiah Carter gunned down at Park right near Johns Hopkins Bayview. Carter was a student at Patterson High School. His killer was caught 2 weeks later in Texas.
Then in April, 12-year-old Jalen Richards was killed in South Baltimore. His family says he was wearing an ankle monitor when he was killed. They were trying to distance him from some of the adults in his life who were getting him involved in crime because they knew that he wouldn't face charges.
Big people that don't want to take charges and say you're a 12-year-old that you will come home. They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor.
Well, now county executives and commissioners are joining the juvenile crime conversation. Fox 45 News sent questions to leaders across all 23 counties in Maryland. Shannon Lilly is continuing our team coverage and is joining us with some of the feedback. Shannon.
Yeah, and we are getting an earful, Patrice. In fact, county executives from across the state, including here in Baltimore County, are weighing in on how these juvenile reform laws are impacting their areas. And many of them, like Harford County Executive Bob Cassilly, see the urgency in striking down these laws. Take a listen.
The fact that you intended to do something to help kids is irrelevant. They're dying. They're dying because of the votes that we took, the policies that we pushed forward. It's time to reverse course and do a gut check and do the right thing.
Now, the 2 major laws in question right now are the Child Interrogation Protection Act and the Juvenile Justice Reform Act. Right now, 8 of the 12 county executives support calling a special legislative session to address the issues. In fact, let's take a look at more of their responses. In Howard County, Executive Calvin Ball says the new laws have hindered investigations, writing, quote, recent changes in state legislation, while aiming to help ensure our young people have better access to justice, have made it in some ways more difficult to investigate and close cases in which individuals under the age of 18 have been identified as suspects. Cecil County Executive Danielle Hornberger tells Fox 45, quote, the misguided and unconstitutional bills are making our communities less safe. It's time to pass legislation that will hold criminals accountable for their actions. And here in Baltimore County, Executive Johnny Olszewski writes, quote, "We are supportive of discussions that revisit these existing laws and ensure there are appropriate levels of accountability for those who choose to commit crimes regardless of their age." And the list of leaders who are weighing in on this just continues to grow. So far, though, Governor Moore has not agreed to call lawmakers back to Annapolis for a special session to deal with juvenile crime. Reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, two of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you want to talk to them about the juvenile justice laws, their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on the screen.
It's wasting taxpayer money.
A shooting and stabbing happening just steps away from a safe streets location. Topping our next half hour, Fox 45 News gets an inside look at what goes on within Baltimore's flagship violence intervention program.
Maryland continues to deal with a wave of car thefts and carjackings. Still ahead, a woman shares her story with Fox 45 News on the unlikely struggle she's dealing with after the car was stolen.
Cool conditions here this morning. A lot of us are waking up in the 50s for Westminster, Bel Air, out to Chestertown, the Eastern Shore. We'll talk about when we'll finally see some sunshine and warmer numbers as this first week of fall rolls along.
.610 now. The migrant surge now reaching a crisis level this morning as one border city says they're at their breaking point.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what's happening right now. Megan.
Yeah, guys, we're taking you live to the Texas border. This is in El Paso right here, just across the border there. The overwhelmed town now under a state of emergency. El Paso's mayor saying just in the last few days, the city has received More than 2,000 migrants each day. Of course, that is exceeding shelter capacity and now straining resources as well. At least 5 buses carrying migrants left El Paso on Saturday, heading to big cities like New York, Chicago, and Denver. We've got video of the migrants arriving in Washington, D.C. The mayor saying the migrants are being voluntarily moved to the city of their choice. There's the video right there. Now some relief we're hearing could be on the way. Mexico making an agreement with top U.S. officials to deport migrants from its border cities and to return them home to their home countries by land or even by air. However, Mexico's government is not saying when those deportations would begin or how long they would last. Kind of a wait and see on that. Just to put things in perspective, though, the number of people encountered at the southern border last month totaling more than 230,000. I want to take you live now to Capitol Hill, where we know lawmakers are saying that there needs to be more repercussions to prevent illegal crossings that are often dangerous and at times deadly for migrants. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as this continues to play out at our nation's border. Patrice.
A City of Annapolis employee is recovering after being shot steps away from her home. After the break, the calls residents have this morning about the violence around the state.
A former Morgan State basketball player shot and killed inside a Washington, D.C. club. Coming up after the break, how the Morgan State community is mourning the loss. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News All Local.
.15, and here are some of the stories making headlines around the state.
A woman in Annapolis is recovering after she was struck by gunfire Sunday night.
That woman works for the Annapolis Department of Transportation. We're told that she was arriving home with groceries when she was struck by gunfire just steps away from her home. She was shot in both legs. She's now recovering, but residents are calling for something to be done.
I mean, it's an impact. It does have an emotional tear. I mean, it phases you. You hear it so much. I mean, it's bad that you can't be outside, have your kids out here without knowing what's gonna happen. You mean it's pathetic.
It's treated as just another thing that happens, and it's unfair to every single person that lives in this community.
Well, tragedy striking the Morgan State University community after a former basketball player was shot and killed over the weekend.
31-year-old Blake Bozeman played basketball at Morgan State for 4 years. Late Saturday night, someone shot and killed him inside a club in Washington, D.C. We're hearing from his childhood friend on the loss.
Blake was always a very authentic and genuine guy, you know, stand-up guy. His family, his wife, his kids, you know, having to lose a loved one like that is tragic, and my heart goes out to them, because that's not what you want to wake up to.
3 other people were hurt in that shooting. A suspect in the shooting has not been arrested.
Caught on camera, a man riding in a golf cart leads police on a slow-moving chase in Los Angeles. It happened Sunday night in North Hollywood. According to police, the man stole the golf cart from a shopping center during the chase. He had a dog on his lap. The man pulled into a parking lot, and with the dog in his arms, he tried to get away. Officers were able to arrest the man. According to police, there were no injuries.
The annual CIAA tournament is quickly approaching. Tickets are on sale right now. Next year's tournament will once again be at CFG Bank Arena in Baltimore, showcasing some of the best Division II college basketball teams in the country. Early bird discounts now available through October 9th right on the CIAA website. The tournament runs from February 26th through March 3rd.
Well, it is 6:17 now, and we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here. It smells delicious in the studio.
Yeah,
baking it up.
Is that you?
It's not. All I did was heat him up. Our
okay.
executive producer brought in some pies. So, and today's National Pancake Day, which is good, you know, when you think about breakfast, pancakes.
So, I mean, the next question would be pancakes or pie?
Are you asking?
Well, I mean, it's National Pancake Day, but we've got pie, so it's kind of like.
I don't know.
Okay.
Look, she just said, can you heat them up, please? And I said, sure. So there you go.
There you go.
That's how it is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So around here, it's National Pie Day.
Correct. Yes, that's what we're going to do. You can pull them out, Olivia. Go ahead and pull them out. Pull them out of the oven if you don't mind. Yeah. We got Liv in here. One of several Olivias. We've got a bunch of Megans that work here. I think there's like 2 or 3 Alexes and 6 Justins. I don't know. Either way, good morning to all of you. Happy Tuesday. However you're celebrating the day today, yeah, this is what we're waking up to, more of that mist. In fact, it's mistier or wetter than it was yesterday morning, excuse me, at this time from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Current temperature right at 59 degrees in Towson. Now, we're seeing a little northeast wind at about 10 to 15 miles an hour, so we do keep the wind with us here through the afternoon. Kind of breezy conditions and lots of cloud cover hanging around. But this is that HD radar picture that I always show you, and you look and say, well, it's not raining, Chambers. There's not anything on the radar to show. That's exactly right. We're seeing precipitation come out of the clouds, but not enough to be actually picked up by the radar. So here's what's left of Ophelia, and we're going to go a little Steelers wheel on you right now. We've got your high to the left of me and the low to the right. Here we are stuck in the middle with you. Our onshore flow is what is happening. So you have that ridge of high pressure coming around that, and then the area of low pressure to the bottom. So both of those forces acting to push all of the cloud cover, the wind, and keep those clouds around and keep most of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast under this kind of dreary weather pattern. But temperatures that are cooler, too. Very fall-like for sure. Upper 50s for the next couple of hours, enjoying your pancakes and breakfast with us and some coffee as well. 6:58 the sunrise, 6:58 the sunset. How about that? 12 hours of day and night. So it actually happens a little bit after the autumnal equinox, and then starting tomorrow, those days continue to get shorter. So if you're hanging out there and looking forward to the game today at Camden Yards, 60 in the 10 o'clock hour. Temperatures into the upper 60s, upper 50s and lower 60s through the later part of the afternoon. And even in that happy hour or Taco Tuesday, still looking at numbers in the lower 60s for today. And typically in the mid-70s is where we are for this time of year. So upper 50s for Westminster and Bel Air, 61 in Cockeysville. Eastern Shore, you're in the low to mid-60s. If you want some warmer temperatures, well, you got to go south and west of here. Nashville at 90 today, 85 in Atlanta, 86 in St. Louis, even 70 in Chicago. So once you go a little bit further west, that's where you're seeing the warmer conditions. And don't worry, we're going to get in on that by the time we head into this upcoming weekend. Let's show you that 7-day forecast. O's, of course, back in town tonight. Don't think it's going to be a rain out, but maybe some delays and definitely some wet seats out there if you're heading to Camden Yards. Upper 60s tomorrow, lower 70s Thursday and Friday. Still some clouds and some more showers to get through. But as I mentioned, guys, Saturday, Sunday, Monday looking great. Mid to upper 70s, plenty of sunshine, and those warmer temperatures are coming. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Taking a live look from our traffic photojournalist. And he's cruising around 95 heading towards Joppa Town. As you can see, the no wipers right now, maybe intermittent here as a little bit of mist is coming here. But yeah, traffic's moving along just fine. Now we want to get another check with your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got 10 train 511 and train 845 on the Camden line, operating with 5-minute delays. Brunswick train 872, 10 minutes late, and we've got 890 with a 5 to 10-minute delay on BART train. Light rail link still working with a service disruption and shuttle buses in place, bridging the gap there between Hunt Valley and North Avenue as the storm cleanup continues on that service. Certainly allow time for travel on light rail. Metro subway link right on time for the service in both directions. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A nonprofit paid to pick up your trash? Well, now the city says they want their money back from that group. We'll tell you about the investigation underway just ahead.
A former Safe Streets worker is speaking out on the program following a shooting and stabbing incident in that Safe Street zone. Just ahead, where he says leadership is lacking.
.24 on a Tuesday morning, and new documents uncovered by Fox 45 News show Baltimore City is trying to recover more than $100,000 from a local nonprofit that didn't do the work it was hired to do.
The Lazarus Wright Foundation was selected to help clean up trash and debris on city streets. Taylor Stewart joins us in studio to explain why that group is now accused of wasting your money. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. The Lazarus Wright Foundation is a local nonprofit tasked with picking up trash across the city. The company is now accused of wasting thousands of taxpayer dollars under the mayor's Clean Core initiative. It's headed up by Baltimore City Council candidate Christopher Irvin. Now, here's how we got here. Lazarus Wright was granted a 2-year, $1.6 million contract with $414,000 paid up front. But according to an email exchange between the nonprofit and the Baltimore Civic Fund, which oversees the city's nonprofit spending, that nearly $250,000 advance just vanished. There were no receipts provided for the missing money. The city is now demanding about $130,000 of that money to be paid back. But taxpayer advocate David Williams said had the city done their due diligence, they would have found that Christopher Irvin, the owner here, had declared bankruptcy and his home is currently in foreclosure, which should have prevented this partnership from taking place.
You're sending it to a nonprofit. There is a lack of transparency, lack of accountability, and this is going to be a growing problem for Baltimore City taxpayers, is that more and more money is going to nonprofits.
The city is requiring a laundry list of equipment be returned here. It's going to cost about $8,000, according to Irvin's records. But we also sent some questions to the mayor's office asking why was Irvin's nonprofit selected for a city contract considering his financial hardship? What's the vetting process like for granting public dollars to private nonprofits? We also asked this question. What will you do to prevent nonprofits from continuing to misuse taxpayer dollars in the future? So far, we've not heard back. However, the city is confirming to us that they're working with the nonprofit to recoup some of that money that's been missing. We also asked, though, if they'll be investigating exactly what that missing money was spent on and if any legal action will be taken. We're going to stay on top of this as it develops here and keep our eyes on where your money's going. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Cloudy and misty to kick off your Tuesday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the sunnier and drier weekend ahead.
Car thefts are happening at an alarming rate. Coming up next, we speak with one woman who says her car being stolen was only the beginning of a months-long headache. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this misty Tuesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. If you don't have chili, the next best thing, why not have reheated pie?
That's what's going on in the studio this morning. It smells fabulous in here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers He's got to look at the not so fabulous forecast.
Yeah, and Pop-Tarts too. Yeah, hopefully you're cooking up something good at home as well on your Tuesday morning. And, you know, Tom mentioned chili. It's going to probably be a good day to make some chili or just hang out inside because we've got a lot of that cloud cover and that mist that Patrice was mentioning. This is a live shot here of Camden Yards. We know the boys are back in town tonight. About 12 hours from right now is that first pitch. So the tarp is on the field. You'll have to make sure to bring your ponchos, your rain gear, just in case we encounter some showers by the time we get to game time. Temps are cool right now in the mid to upper 50s. Owens Mills and Cockeysville for Towson at 57, 59 currently in Baltimore City. So if you are out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours outside, you will get a little bit wet. Just make sure to be extra careful. Don't slip on any of those sidewalks or trails. 64 today, only 67 tomorrow, but we finally will see some of the sun tomorrow. And then Thursday we get more clouds kind of rolling in. So it'll take a few more days until we get to the bright sunny skies that we love around here. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. And Patrice, got to use the windshield wipers if you're out there on the roads right now.
Been doing that for like 20 days straight now, it seems. All right, looking at the Lynn Solar Traffic Network, I'm sure these people that are up and out are using the windshield wipers. You see the rain on the camera there. This is our photojournalist, Graham, and he is out and about and moving along just fine. You see the volume out there, but no issues to report.
Well, now to our continuing coverage on the violence plaguing our state here in Baltimore. Police are now investigating one person who was shot, another two people stabbed in the Sandtown-Winchester Safe Streets zone just Sunday night. Police say all three were likely hurt during a fight at a nearby home. Anyone with information is asked to contact Baltimore police. And now a former Safe Streets employee who worked in Sandtown-Winchester is sharing his experience in that program. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from Baltimore County with his story. Shannon?
Yeah, so we spoke with Sean Colbert, and he argues that there needs to be more leadership and oversight within the Safe Streets program in order for it to be successful. In fact, take a listen to just some of his thoughts.
Upper management is failing them, and that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm talking about. No accountability. There's no accountability. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but it's not a workers' problem. It's a management problem. It's a leadership problem.
So this right here is video of the crime scene in Sandtown Sunday night. There was a shooting and stabbing here in the same Safe Streets zone that Colbert worked as a site supervisor for 4 years, where he oversaw the violence interrupters. So our teams went out yesterday and checked out this area to see if we could find any sort of response to this shooting and stabbing incident from Safe Streets. We didn't. In the meantime, Baltimore police are asking anyone with information on this incident to give them a call or call the Metro Crime Stoppers. Patrice, yes. Tom?
Well, Shannon, did any of the current workers at that Safe Street site talk with Fox 45?
So we did briefly speak with someone, Tom. Initially, our teams went out there, knocked on the door of the Safe Street site, got no answer. Eventually, someone did show up, initially said they couldn't speak with us, but then did say that workers plan to go over and speak with neighbors at that shooting location. But our teams were out there until about 2 in the afternoon, and they never saw that happen. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, turning now to our continuing coverage of the youth crime crisis with a string of juvenile crime across Anne Arundel County now.
Police say 15 juveniles committed a number of crimes throughout the county, including carjacking, car thefts, and robbery at gunpoint. 6 of the teenagers were arrested at one time right outside of the Glen Perney Chuck E. Cheese after police say they hit another vehicle in a stolen vehicle and then robbed a sporting goods store. Maryland continues to deal with a wave of car thefts and carjackings.
This morning, we're hearing from a Baltimore County woman on the struggles after her car was stolen.
They shouldn't make me a victim 2 and 3 times. I was a victim once with my car being stolen. I was a victim with the insurance company, and I was a victim with the city of Baltimore.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with the latest issue one of the thousands of drivers who become auto theft victims in recent months is dealing with. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, we spoke with that Baltimore County woman whose car was taken by thieves and then recovered the next day somewhere here in Baltimore City. She says it took weeks for her car to be released, and she's still dealing with the challenges that all this has caused.
It's not so much my car was stolen, it was all the other stuff. I mean, there's no reason why your car should be held hostage for 30 days in the impound zone.
That was Cindy Garofalo, who asked not to show her face, but says her car being stolen was only the beginning of the headache. She received a notice from Baltimore City saying failure to reclaim the car will be considered a waiver of all rights and considered consent to the sale of the vehicle. Then the icing on the cake was 2 speeding tickets she received in the mail. The timestamps on those infractions, both within hours of when her car was taken.
They said, well, it would probably happen while it was stolen. They told me that. And I said, well, why should I have to pay for it? They said, well, we're not going to release your car unless you pay the 2 speeding tickets.
She says her next hurdle will be getting a refund, and we reached out to the Baltimore City Department of Transportation to ask why victims are being expected to pay fines that happened while their cars were stolen. But unfortunately this morning, that question remains unanswered. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. The Baltimore County Police Department is trying to help you protect your vehicles. Kias and Hyundais have been targeted more than any other vehicles during this year's spike in car thefts due to a design flaw. October 7th, Baltimore County Police will be giving out free steering wheel locks and help owners upgrade their security software. If you'd like some more information on that event, just head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
If you have a stolen car story or you know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Scan the QR code on your screen and tell us what happened, or you can send an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
While these laws were enacted to protect children, they're actually killing children.
Several Maryland County leaders calling for change on the state's juvenile justice reform laws. Topping our next half hour, how the reform laws are having an impact in their counties.
Deadly gun violence in Baltimore City taking the life of another young person still ahead. What we're learning about the latest violent incidents involving teenagers.
And more of the wet weather and wind for your Tuesday. Will we ever see the sun again? Justin's back in a few to let us know. 6:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
These are known as Kelvin Helmholtz waves. Spotted in Bristol, Virginia, it's a rare phenomenon where clouds produce a billowing wave pattern. They appear when there's strong vertical speed shear between 2 airstreams. And this is what we call a perfect mackerel sky. The rows of cirrocumulus clouds display a rippling pattern similar to fish scales, hence the name.
Listen to Off the Radar. New episodes every Tuesday. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
6:40, and today House Republicans are taking another look at a list of spending bills as the likelihood of a government shutdown grows.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with where things stand. Megan.
Here's what we know, guys. Taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, where the countdown this morning to a budget deadline now over 4 days away. Congress has until the end of Saturday to pass a short-term deal. And guys, without one in sight, we know federal agencies are now preparing for a shutdown, and many other people are too. Google says searches related to a shutdown spiked 5,000% yesterday, specifically for things like Social Security and veterans benefits, which we both know would that those would both continue. Today, we are hearing how Speaker Kevin McCarthy will try to advance 4 Republican spending bills for defense, Homeland Security, the State Department, and agriculture. But even if he's successful, the cuts in each bill are practically dead on arrival in the Senate.
Kevin McCarthy has a problem because he made one promise when he was getting elected Speaker, that he would hold spending to a $1.47 trillion number. He then went during the debt ceiling negotiations and negotiated with the president a $1.65 trillion number. And now he is talking to Republicans about a $1.52 trillion number, which Democrats have said they won't accept because it's less than the debt ceiling deal.
Former President Trump adding pressure to McCarthy, telling Republicans on Truth Social, quote, "Unless you get everything, shut it down." But some Republicans worry they're the ones who may pay the political consequences.
This will be a Republican shutdown. This is a deal that they all agreed upon not too long ago, just a couple of months ago, and now they can't stick to the deal.
Taking you live now to the White House, where the Biden administration is now warning, in addition to federal furloughs, millions of essential workers, government workers, could see their paychecks delayed. We're talking about military members, air traffic controllers, even TSA agents, which would mean travel could be impacted. Remember, federal programs, many of them could be impacted. Again, talks resume today. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as Saturday's deadline quickly approaches.
New polls show low marks for both President Biden and former President Donald Trump. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at voters' concerns.
11% of students at the best high schools in Baltimore City are testing proficient on the state math exam. Still ahead in our next hour, why one family did not find Project Baltimore findings surprising. 6:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local. 6:46, and in your morning rush, yesterday a 15-year-old boy was shot and killed in Baltimore. Also happening yesterday, a shooting right outside Dunbar High School. That shooting at Dunbar happened not far from where community members were meeting about some of the challenges facing the city. In Baltimore City, the continued disturbing trend, shooting involving juveniles. Well, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning, and what can you tell us about those two incidents, Olivia?
Well, Tom, this morning residents are concerned about the ongoing youth violence that's happening all across the city of Baltimore here, especially after, as you mentioned, Baltimore police responded to two shootings involving teens just yesterday. On Monday at around 4:30 in the afternoon at North Gilmore near Lawrence Street, officers arrived and found a 15-year-old boy suffering several gunshot wounds. The boy was unfortunately pronounced dead at the hospital. Then a male juvenile was shot outside of Dunbar High School in a parking lot at the rear of the building just after 4 yesterday. He suffered a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, it's unclear what led to the shooting, but police confirmed later that he is a student at the school. Now a community group is speaking up and trying to hold city leaders accountable. Coming up in just about 15 minutes, find out what the group of the leader has to say moments after learning about those two shootings. Back to you.
Well, more county leaders are weighing in on the juvenile crime crisis. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the reaction from some of them and what they're demanding. Shannon.
Yeah, many of them, Patrice, are demanding that lawmakers do something now. In fact, 8 of the 12 county executives support calling a special legislative session in order to address these issues. And these issues that we're talking about are leaders' inability to hold young people, young criminals accountable, in part because of these juvenile reform laws, according to these leaders. In fact, some of those laws in question include the Juvenile Justice Reform Act and the Child Protection Interrogation Act. Leaders say that these laws tie their hands when it comes to holding those young people accountable. So coming up in the next 15 minutes, you're going to hear from multiple county executives who want lawmakers to address and correct what they are calling a mistake. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:48 and the Baltimore mayoral race heats up. Fox 45 News asking the top candidates to participate in a series of town halls.
The battle for the mayor's office could be a race between Mayor Brandon Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Fox 45 News has reached out to both of those candidates and invited them to participate in multiple bi-weekly town halls. So far, we have not heard back from either of them. We'll keep you updated on their responses.
All right, now we need to find out exactly how wet it's going to be today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the forecast.
You know, and Tom and I like to go flying, and we want to take you up in the plane. So I love that. I love that look. But it's more of an instrument day where you're going to be, you know, practicing the simulator and not up in all of this because it's just So, and it's been like that. I mean, we've been stuck under this.
A chance tomorrow, though.
Chance tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow does look better, buddy. So hopefully we'll get up there. And tonight, you know, the O's are back in town with Kyle Bradish on the mound for your Baltimore Orioles, who are headed to the playoffs. And man, would love to clinch the AL East. We could do it as early as tomorrow. That's pretty cool. But Camden Yards wet right now, and we've got the tarp on the field as we get into the game later tonight. Hopefully that rain should be done. Excuse me. It's not going to be a lot of rain today. Excuse me, real quick. And then we will see a few off and on showers throughout the afternoon. We're currently at 59 degrees, so our temperatures are cool now. And as you head out to the ballpark later tonight, we're seeing those numbers that will stay mainly in the 60s. So definitely a cool night here in Baltimore as the Nationals are in town for a 2-game series. And then the Red Sox finish out the regular season, all home games. Fan Appreciation Weekend this weekend at Camden Yards. Should be a lot of fun. Remember, my mother-in-law says if you win all the series, you win the World Series. So we keep winning the series or not getting swept, which is awesome. All right, so here's our HD radar. Not showing up the rain. We're not seeing the blobs there, the green, because it's just kind of that mist that's out there. The area of low pressure, this is left over from Ophelia. And then we've got a ridge of high pressure to the north of us. You guys remember that song, The Middle by Jimmy Eat World? You guys remember that song? It just takes some time, a little bit of time.
Yes. Oh, yeah, definitely. It's a great song.
So we're in the middle of these two systems, the ridge of high pressure and the area of low pressure. It's given us the onshore flow. I don't think there's a song called Onshore Flow, but we can make one because it will keep the wind and the clouds around, pushing those clouds onshore and keeping that kind of low cloud deck hanging around through the next couple of days. But eventually that ridge is going to win out and we'll actually see some more sunshine by the weekend. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, yeah, make sure they have the umbrellas and the rain gear ready to go. 50s this morning, 60s for the afternoon. And here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Tomorrow we'll finally see some breaks in the cloud cover. Thursday we get a little bit more clouds and even another round of rain on Friday, but Saturday, Sunday, Monday looking very nice, my friends. Mid to upper 70s and even into the lower 80s by Monday and Tuesday of next week. Let's talk football.
Well, this is kind of football. Trending this morning, Taylor Swift fans rushing to get their Travis Kelce merch after Taylor was spotted supporting her new potential love interest at Sunday's game. See, so this is not really football. This is more Taylor. According to Fanatics, the Kansas City Chiefs superstar's jersey spiked 400% in sales. Kelce's number 87 threads were among the most popular items on the NFL shop on Sunday.
You have got to be kidding me.
Oh my God.
Squid Game becomes reality of sorts. The Netflix hit has been adapted into an actual competition series with a prize of over $4.5 million. Now, not sure if people actually die in this version, like the thing, but it's your first look at Squid Game, The Challenge, which premieres November 22nd. Maybe they're using paintballs, hopefully. All right, well, spooky season is here, and Fox 45 is feeling the spirits, if you will. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we're putting paranormal investigators to the test right here in our own building.
You said that's at 9?
It's at 9.
All right, I'm off the desk at 8:30. I shall not be coming back. I might stick around for this, though. We're celebrating Italian culture like never before. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark will be live from the largest Italian festival with more on the behind the scenes of the captivating art of Italian cooking.
And see, I automatically go to espresso or cappuccinos, right?
I'm going to the fact that my coffee cup is empty, so maybe the ghost drink it.
Very good point.
It's time for our coffee.
With your help, we're going to win the South Carolina primary by a lot. We're up by about 50 points, but we don't want to take it for granted.
Well, to your election 2024 coverage, former President Donald Trump on the campaign trail, meeting with voters in South Carolina.
Trump has declined to take part in the next GOP debate happening tomorrow. He continues his bid for the White House despite facing racketeering charges from the 2020 elections.
Meanwhile, 2 new polls that came out over the weekend show low marks for President Joe Biden.
National correspondent Janae Bowens has a deeper look at those findings.
New polls signaled trouble for President Joe Biden.
There's just this sort of skepticism of Biden based on this sort of, I think, thought that, he's basically too old to do the job. And that's expressed repeatedly in polls. 2
new polls show President Biden's disapproval rating hitting a new high of 56%. 3/4 of voters in both an NBC News poll and a Washington Post ABC News poll say his age is a key issue. And many are unhappy with his handling of the economy. Only 37% approve in the NBC poll, and 44% in the Washington Post ABC poll say they're worse off financially under Biden's presidency. That's the most for any president since 1986.
You hear all of this great news, and then you go into the grocery store and you're still in the aisle where they sell the vegetables and the fruit. You haven't even turned around to the meat, and already you've spent $70.
The president's allies are sticking by his side.
I think he is the strongest candidate, and I believe very strongly that the American people believe that as well.
But the president's recent flub while speaking at a Congressional Black Caucus event this weekend isn't helping.
LL Cool J. By the way, that man's got biceps bigger than my thighs.
The president earned the Donkey of the Day on the hip-hop morning show, The Breakfast Club.
Joe Biden should not need a teleprompter to know there's not 2 J's in LL Cool J.
This highlights the waning enthusiasm amongst younger voters, blacks, and Latinos for the upcoming election, all key demographics for Democrats.
Biden's approval rating is bad, but it was also bad during the midterms last year. That was an election where the Democrats, did okay.
Experts tell me polls a year out from the election can't tell the entire story. But with voters expressing concerns of both President Biden and former President Donald Trump, next year's election is sure to be a close one if they face off again. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
When it comes to the race for mayor in Baltimore, the competition is heating up, which is why Fox 45 is asking the top candidates to participate in a series of town halls.
The battle for the mayor's office could be a race between Mayor Brendan Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Fox 45 News has reached out to both of those candidates and invited them to participate in multiple biweekly town halls.
Well, so far, we have not heard from Dixon or Scott. We'll keep you updated on their responses.
And so that brings us to our question of the day. Should Mayor Scott or Sheila Dixon sit down for town hall with Fox 45 News? And so far, 94% of people who voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
You've got young folks perpetuating some of the crime, but also being victimized by that same crime.
Juvenile crime crisis plaguing our state takes another young life as a teen is gunned down. What we're learning about the 3rd violent incident right near Dunbar High School.
And more county leaders are weighing in on that juvenile crime crisis. Just ahead, the action that some are now demanding.
Well, you see the umbrella right there. There's still some mist and some rainy conditions out there on your Tuesday. But we'll talk about some brighter days ahead. It's coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 26th. I'm Katray Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. You'll see a lot more yellow buses, especially in Baltimore County and some of the counties around as Yom Kippur finished and kids are heading back to school.
And they're going to be going to the bus stop in some rainy mist. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
That's exactly right. Got to get the rain gear ready, guys. Even if it's not pouring rain, and even if you look at your Fox 45 mobile weather app and say, hey, there's no radar showing up or no green. I mean, this shows the story, or tells the story, when you look outside from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. And yeah, that kind of misty condition is going to continue for the next few hours. So those roads are wet. You're going to get wet when you're standing outside without the umbrella. Our temperatures statewide are mainly in the 50s for western Maryland, across into central Maryland, 57 in Westminster, 58 Bel Air, almost 60 in Baltimore City, and still hanging on to some lower 60s for you in Annapolis. Now, I do have a yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow because those roads are wet, and you'll definitely need the windshield wipers with temps in the 50s. And we really don't warm up too much. We're only going to get to about 64 for this afternoon. So mostly cloudy and breezy conditions for your Tuesday. We're back with your full forecast. We do have some more sunshine that's coming in the next couple of days, and I'll tell you exactly when that is. Oh, so Tom, with the rain out there right now, how are we looking on the roads?
We've got a lot of more volume, and we do have a couple slowdowns, especially we have this one incident we're talking about in your Len Stoller traffic network. This is in Millersville, 97 South at Benfield Boulevard. Camera showing some major backups right there in that region. Also on 740 right here, 795, I mean, right near exit Owings Mill Boulevard. Southbound, 3 vehicles involved there, and that's creating some pretty much a backup all the way. It looks like you're backed up all the way to Cherry Hill Road because of that incident.
7:02, we begin with the violent crime emergency and the latest incidents in the ongoing juvenile crime crisis.
This year, at least 14 young people have been killed across Baltimore City. One of the 2 incidents happening just yesterday, adding to that total. In West Baltimore, a 15-year-old was shot and killed just before 4:30 right near Gilmore Elementary School. The scene is here. We're showing it to you now. So far, police have not named any suspects.
Well, around that same time, right outside of Dunbar High School, police say a juvenile shot himself. He is currently recovering.
This morning, we have live team coverage on the juvenile violence. In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will have more on the continued calls to lawmakers to address the crisis in Annapolis.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live with questions surrounding kids and guns following yesterday's incidents. Olivia.
Well, Tom, Patrice, this morning residents are concerned about the ongoing youth violence, especially after Baltimore police responded to 2 shootings involving teens just yesterday.
It's easy to say if the parents are more involved, maybe they are, but I don't know, it's just unfortunate.
We have to keep talking about it and say something and do something, not just talk about it, but do something.
On Monday at around 4:30 in the afternoon at North Gilmore near Lawrence Street, officers arrived and found a 15-year-old boy suffering several gunshot wounds. The boy was unfortunately pronounced dead at the hospital. Then a male juvenile was shot outside of Dunbar High School in a parking lot at the rear of the building just after 4 yesterday. He suffered a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now it's unclear what led to the shooting, but police confirmed later he is a student at the school. And not far from Dunbar, just 2 hours after the shooting, an already planned meeting was held to do something about youth crime. The faith-based group ACT Now is working to hold city leaders accountable. One of the group's members speaking moments after learning about these recent violent incidents involving youth. Take a listen to what he said.
Well, part of the resolution is having clarity around the issue, the conversation. We cannot avoid having serious discussions about what's plaguing the city. I don't care how many police you put on the street. I don't care how much money you try to throw at the problem. If you do not have collaboration with community, you're never going to get to the source of our issues.
Monday's self-inflicted shooting was the 3rd violent incident at Dunbar this school year. Just last week, a window was shot out at the school. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The incident at Dunbar High School is just the latest in the string of gunshots happening this month. As Olivia mentioned, exactly 1 week from yesterday, 2 teens were taken into custody after shots were fired at a cafeteria window. Luckily, no one was hurt in that incident. Before that, on September 1st, a 12-year-old was shot outside Dunbar High School's first home football game of the season.
And as we mentioned, 14 children have been killed in Baltimore City so far this year. It started New Year's Day when 17-year-old Deasia Garrison was shot and killed in East Baltimore. She was part of a double shooting along North Glover Street. Just 3 days later, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey killed right near Edmondson Westside High School. 16-year-old was arrested in his shooting. Then in March, 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was gunned down at Park right near Johns Hopkins Bayview. Carter was a student at Patterson High School. His killer caught 2 weeks later in Texas.
In April, 12-year-old Jalen Richards was killed in South Baltimore. His family says he was wearing an ankle monitor when he was killed. They were trying to distance him from some of the adults in his life who were getting him involved in crime because they knew he wouldn't face charges.
Big people that don't want to take charges and say you're a 12-year-old that you will come home. They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor.
Now, we have heard similar concerns from law enforcement. Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough telling Fox 45 News, police say adults are using children to commit the crimes, knowing that the kids will not be charged if they're caught.
They are choosing the kid under age 13 to be the driver. So we have 11-year-olds with no license, no training, driving these stolen cars.
January in Anne Arundel County, law enforcement came forward with more than 7 pages of crimes they say children committed but were too young to be prosecuted. Well, now the county is sharing new data that shows 15 juveniles committed a number of crimes just this weekend. Those crimes include carjackings, car thefts, and a robbery at gunpoint. 6 of the teenagers were arrested at one time outside of a Glen Burnie Chuck E. Cheese. Police say teens driving a stolen vehicle hit a car and then they later robbed a sporting goods store. Fox 45 News is working to learn even more about what happened.
Now, we've heard from police, but now county executives and commissioners are joining the juvenile crime conversation. Fox 45 News sending questions to leaders all across all 23 counties in the state of Maryland. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning, joining us live with some of their feedback. Shannon?
Yeah, and we're getting an earful, Tom. In fact, county executives from all across the state, including here in Baltimore County, are weighing in on how these juvenile reform laws are impacting their areas. And many of them, like Harford County Executive Bob Cassilly, see the urgency in striking down these laws. Take a listen.
The fact that you intended to do something to help kids is irrelevant. They're dying. They're dying because of the votes that we took, the policies that we pushed forward. It's time to reverse course and do a gut check and do the right thing.
Well, the 2 major laws in question right now are the Child Interrogation Protection Act and the Juvenile Justice Reform Act. Right now, 8 of the 12 county executives support calling a special legislative session to address these issues. In fact, let's take a look at more of their responses. In Howard County, Executive Calvin Ball says the new laws have hindered investigations, writing, quote, recent changes in state legislation, while aiming to help ensure our young people have better access to justice, have made it in some ways more difficult to investigate and close cases in which individuals under the age of 18 have been identified as suspects. Cecil County Executive Danielle Hornberger tells Fox 45, quote, the misguided and unconstitutional bills are making our communities less safe. It's time to pass legislation that will hold criminals accountable for their actions. Here in Baltimore County, Executive Johnny Olszewski writes, quote, we are supportive of discussions that revisit these existing laws and ensure there are appropriate levels of accountability for those who choose to commit crimes regardless of age. And the leaders weighing in on this issue just continues to grow. But in the meantime, the governor has not agreed to call lawmakers back to Annapolis for a special session to address juvenile crime. Reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Recently, we've seen a number of cases where young people accused in crimes are too young to be charged because of Maryland state law. Now there are growing calls for lawmakers to do something about that, saying elected leaders aren't acting quickly enough to make that change.
If you don't work on this immediately and you say we're going to look at it in January and we're going to ask the governor to sign it in April, May, or June, and it's effective in July or maybe October, the wake of victims is going to be tremendous.
Fox 45 News is inviting Senate President Bill Ferguson and House Speaker Adrian Jones to talk about juvenile crime concerns. So far, we haven't gotten a response. We've also sent questions to both offices regarding these concerns, and we also asked about it in person.
House Speaker Jones and Senate President Ferguson are 2 of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you would like to talk to them about the juvenile justice laws, their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on the screen.
7:10 now. The migrant surge reaching a crisis level this morning as one border city says They were at their breaking point.
I want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what's happening now. Megan.
Here it is, guys. We are taking you live to the Texas border in El Paso. This is now an overwhelmed town there under a state of emergency. El Paso's mayor saying just in the last few days, his city has received more than 2,000 migrants each day, exceeding shelter capacity and also straining resources. At least 5 buses carrying migrants left El Paso on Saturday, heading to big cities like New York, Chicago, and Denver. What you're seeing here is video of migrants arriving in Washington, D.C. The mayor says the migrants are being voluntarily moved to the city of their choice. Now, there is some relief that could be on the way. Here's what we know. Mexico making an agreement with top U.S. officials to deport migrants from its border cities and to return them to their home countries by land or air. However, Mexico's government did not say when the deportations would begin or how long they would last. That's still up in the air. The number of people, meantime, encountered at the southern border last month, just to put it in perspective, totaling more than 230,000. The surge prompting the temporary closure of an international bridge in an effort to try and reroute agents to other border hotspots. Taking you live now to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers say there needs to be more repercussions to prevent illegal crossings that are often dangerous and at times deadly for migrants. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as this continues to play out at our nation's border. Patrice.
All right, Megan, thank you. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Fox 45 News is following your tax dollars. The nonprofit group accused of misplacing thousands of dollars in funds meant to clean up Baltimore streets.
This is not surprising. The children they're not learning in the classroom anymore.
Reaction pouring in when it comes to Project Baltimore's latest investigation revealing how few Baltimore City public students are proficient in math. We hear from a family who says the school system set their daughter up for failure. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:15, new documents uncovered by Fox 45 News show Baltimore City is trying to recover more than $100,000 from a local nonprofit that did not do the work it was hired to do.
The Lazarus Wright Foundation was selected to help clean up trash and debris on city streets. Taylor Stewart joins us in studio to explain why the group is now accused of wasting your money. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. The Lazarus Wright Foundation, that local nonprofit that's been tasked with picking up trash throughout the city. The company is now accused of wasting thousands of taxpayer dollars under the mayor's Clean Core initiative. It's headed up by Baltimore City Council candidate Christopher Irvin. And here's how we got here. Lazarus Wright was granted a two-year, $1.6 million contract with about $414,000 paid in advance. According to an email exchange between the nonprofit and the Civic Fund, which oversees nonprofit spending in the city, that nearly $250,000 advance vanished. No receipts provided for that missing money. The city's now demanding that $130,000 of it be paid back. But taxpayer advocate David Williams says had the city done their due diligence, they would have found Christopher Irvin, the owner here, had declared bankruptcy and his home is currently in foreclosure. That should have prevented the partnership from taking place.
When you're sending it to a nonprofit, there is a lack of transparency, lack of accountability, and this is going to be a growing problem for Baltimore City taxpayers, is that more and more money is going to nonprofits.
The city is also requiring this laundry list of equipment be returned. It cost about $8,000, according to Irvin's records. We sent these questions to the mayor's office, asking why Irvin's nonprofit was selected for a contract considering his financial hardships. What's the vetting process for granting public dollars to private nonprofits? We also asked, what will you do to prevent nonprofits from continuing to misuse taxpayer dollars in the future? So far, we've not heard back. However, the city has confirmed it is working with the nonprofit to recoup the money that's missing. We asked if they're investigating exactly where that money was spent and if there's going to be any legal action taken. Not clear yet, but we'll stay on top of it and keep track of your taxpayer dollars. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. 7:18 now on this Tuesday morning, and we need to find out exactly how to dress the kids if they're moving down to that bus stop right now.
So Naomi wanted to wear a sweater that she got, back to school shopping. And I keep telling her, no, no, no. Today she's wearing the sweater because it's that kind of day out there today.
And a rain jacket, too, to make sure that that sweater doesn't get too wet, because this is what it looks like outside, guys, right now. And we continue to see that kind of mist that is still not showing up as actual rain on the radar. And this is what frustrates me to no end. It's just because it doesn't show up. And then you think, OK, we're all good. We're dry. But then you look out the window and this is what you have to deal with. So the mist is what we're dealing with here this morning. Those roads are wet. You will need the rain gear and the umbrella as you're heading out here today. 59-year temperature currently in Towson. A little northeast wind, about 9 to 15 miles an hour. Wind is going to stay with us here today, especially an easterly wind. And you can see on that HD radar the actual rain is well to the north of us, while we're just getting that mist here over central Maryland. This is still, if you can believe it, the remnants from Ophelia. And actually, for the next couple of days, that low is kind of hanging out. It's going to sag a little farther to the south, eventually replaced by that ridge of high pressure. But that's going to dry us out as we get into the weekend. So we still have a few more days of having to deal with all of this cloud cover. But for the rain, as the kids get out to the bus stop, just talking about that, beep, beep, make sure they have the rain gear ready to go. A misty morning, a cool afternoon, temperatures in the low to mid 60s, so a light jacket or a light sweater is possible. Golfers today, I don't know about that. Maybe you can hit some balls, one of those covered areas, even some top golf action for today, because out on the golf course, it's just going to be not fun to be outside because of the mist and the clouds that will be there. Temperatures in the upper 50s, Westminster and Bel Air. Believe it or not, these are your high temps today, not your current numbers. Low to mid 60s for Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Annapolis. Also seeing those 60s in Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. If you are heading down the ocean, be aware, we still have coastal flood advisories as well as high surf conditions for the next couple of days. Should have some improving weather for this upcoming weekend, the big Oceans Calling Festival going on there. And we talked about this earlier. Pilots, probably not flying today. It's a no-go unless you really have to get somewhere. You'll be flying in full IMC. So that's the real stuff, not simulated. Mainly IFR is what we're talking about, instrument flight rules. At the car wash today, I'd hold off, in fact, today and tomorrow and Thursday, for that matter, on on getting the cars cleaned up. Wait until the weekend when we have some drier conditions ahead. And it's going to be a very nice weekend. Probably still a little wet at Camden Yards tonight. Hopefully they'll get that game in. 6:35 for the first pitch as the O's are back in town. 67 tomorrow, lower 70s into Thursday and Friday. Some breaks in the cloud cover as we get later into the week. But again, this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, even Monday of next week, looking really nice. Patrice?
That's good to hear. Thank you, Justin. Looking out our Lynn Sterler traffic network, not so nice. Look at this right here. We're getting a report of an incident in Millersville. This is on 97 South, right after Benfield Boulevard. We know that 3 vehicles are involved, and our cameras showing everyone else at a standstill. Major backups right now through that region. So if that's your typical morning route, you are going to need to find an alternate or be prepared to just sit.
721, let's take a look at some of the events happening today in our region.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore will be in Ellicott City this morning, speaking with local entrepreneurs and highlighting business and training opportunities in and around the area.
Then in Towson, Baltimore County Public School Superintendent Dr. Miriam Rogers will be holding a news conference in regards to the first month of the school year.
Plus, later this evening at the Piney Orchard Ice Arena, a rivalry that goes back ages. The Anne Arundel County Police Department will take on the Fire Department in the 2023 Arundel Cup.
Well, the bad news, nobody won last night's Powerball drawing. The good news, the jackpot climbs even higher. How much you can win now? 722, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Pesto, pasta, maybe some provolone. The Maryland Italian Festival is happening this weekend.
Reminded me of dinner last night with a meatball parm. Mark Clark live in Bel Air with the Italian experts and a leaning tower I see behind you right there. Good morning, Mark.
That's right. When I came up, I said, hey, guys, you got to fix this. The tower is leaning. Larry's like, that's what we want. And Larry Noto is back. We're back, Larry.
We're back. Can you believe it? A
and
year
it's
later.
Bigger and better.
Yeah. You know, last year was just sort of the announcement. This is the first Galbani Maryland Italian Festival, and it's going to be big. It's going to be big.
I love that. I'm glad you had to say that, not me. So you said it's expanding this year. What's a little bit different from last year?
Well, we've got 16 carnival rides. We've got food row. We've got over a dozen food vendors, national entertainment, bocce tournament, DJs, beer and liquor piazza. You know, we'll hit that up, right?
We'll do that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do
a little
it.
early, but it's, you know, in Italy, it's all right. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's going to be something for everybody, the whole family, but it's going to go into the night, until 11 o'clock at night as well.
Man, this is such a great, we had a great time last year, and this year it's even bigger and better. I mean, you can't beat that combination. I mean, great food, family, and great drinks, and
That's
rides.
Right. You know, and it's all for a good cause. The Society of Italian American Businessmen, we're putting it on. It's our 10th anniversary. It's also the 250th anniversary of Hartford County, and we're launching Italian American Heritage Month, so there's a lot to celebrate. But everything we do, we've raised almost $1 million in the last 10 years for charity, so everything is going to a good cause.
I love it, man. Great works. And again, we're here this morning, guys, celebrating. It's going to be a great time. Why am I fasting? I can't have my...
This is the wrong
Why
weekend.
am I fasting? Tom, what happened?
I don't know. Are you okay? What happened?
Yeah.
At least get over there and play some bocce.
He's got to time that better.
I'll do that.
All right.
All right, well, if you want more information because you're not fasting and you want to eat and drink, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Oh, it's cloudy and a cool start to your day. You saw Mark Clark out there in a little bit of the mist. When we can expect rain this afternoon, meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down for us ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
A former Safe Streets worker is speaking out on the program following a shooting and stabbing in a straight Safe Streets zone just ahead, where he says leadership is lacking. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all more.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers.
We were trying to do the stretches, right? The 7:30 stretch. That's what Teddy told us yesterday. So
you were doing a great job.
Yeah, you did a great job.
You did good.
Do you guys feel good? Like you got the blood flowing? All right.
Blood flowing.
Dancing around a little bit.
Yep.
And we're going to have to do stuff probably indoors today, guys, because this is what it looks like outside right now. I just stepped outside myself, so I can't do the Superman walk around the building. That's all good. I mean, if I had an umbrella, I would, but I'm a meteorologist. Why would I have an umbrella? So looking outside right now, there's our Towson shot. And the reason why the rain is not being picked up on our FOX45 HD radar is because those raindrops are just too small to be picked up from that radar. So the hydrometeors are just too small, and that's why we have the misty conditions. Mid to upper 50s, Westminster and Bel Air right now, 58 Chestertown, 61 Stevensville and Annapolis, 59 currently in Baltimore. I do have that yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow because you'll need the windshield wipers. You need to pad a little extra time, especially for that car in front of you, so you have plenty of stopping room. Now, the next 3 days, very fall-like, mid to upper 60s. This is the first week of fall, so we'll keep a high only of about 64 today. Upper 60s tomorrow. May see some breaks in the cloud cover tomorrow afternoon. Thursday, more clouds roll in, but temps get back to about 71. We've got some very nice conditions ahead. We got to get through another couple of days, but I really think if you can hang on till the weekend, you're going to enjoy it. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your continuing coverage of the violence plaguing our state. In Baltimore, police are now investigating a person who was shot and another 2 people stabbed in the Sandtown-Winchester Safe Street zone. This happened Sunday night.
Police say all 3 people were likely hurt during a fight at a nearby home. Anyone with information should contact Baltimore police.
Now, a former Safe Streets employee who worked in the Sandtown-Winchester is sharing his experience about the program.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning. She's got more on his story. Shannon?
Yeah, we spoke with Sean Colbert, who argues there needs to be more leadership and oversight in order for the Safe Streets program to see some success. Take a listen to his thoughts on this.
Upper management is failing them, and that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm talking about. No accountability. There's no accountability. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but it's not a workers problem. It's a management problem. It's a leadership problem.
Well, this right here is video of the crime scene in Sandtown Sunday night. There was a shooting and stabbing here in the same Safe Street zone Colbert worked as a site supervisor for 4 years, where he oversaw the violence interrupters. So our teams went and checked out this area yesterday to see if we could find any sort of response to this shooting and stabbing incident from Safe Streets. We didn't. In the meantime, Baltimore police are asking anyone with any information to give them a call or to call the Metro Crime Stoppers. Patrice, Tom?
Shannon, were we able to speak with any of the current workers at that Safe Street site?
Yeah, we briefly spoke with someone, Tom. Initially, our teams went over to that Safe Streets location site, knocked on the door. No one answered, but someone eventually showed up, said they couldn't speak with us, but then did say that workers were planning to go over and speak with neighbors at that shooting scene location. Our teams, though, they were out until about 2 in the afternoon, and they never saw that happen. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:33 this morning, we are seeing more reaction to a stunning investigation by our Project Baltimore team. They found that only 11% of students at the best public high schools in Baltimore are proficient in math.
And as Chris Pass reports, that data is not surprising one family who thought their daughter was prepared for college but found out she was not.
Desmond Stinney doesn't need to see state testing data to affirm what he already knows.
This is not surprising. The children they're not learning in the classroom anymore.
He doesn't need to know math proficiency rates or hear Baltimore City Schools' reason for why they're so low.
It's disappointing. It's disappointing that anyone would believe that this is acceptable.
Stinney doesn't need any of that secondhand information because he has firsthand experience.
You've sort of lived this data.
Absolutely. Since that time, I've learned how many other people have lived these same experiences.
In 2020, Stinney's daughter, Xaviera, graduated from Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, or Poly, one of the city's highest performing high schools. the honor student, was accepted into one of the United States military academies. But Stinney said when she got there, she was not prepared academically, especially in math, and she nearly failed out. So for Stinney, what Project Baltimore recently found in this state data was obvious.
It's almost overwhelming. I mean, it puts you in a position where you feel like it's almost helpless.
FOX45 obtained this data from a source within Baltimore City schools. It's the raw, unredacted state test results from May 2023 for every school in the city. This data has not yet been released to the public, but we have it. As we first reported last week, we found 13 city high schools where 0 students who took the state test last spring scored proficient in math. But we also looked at the top high schools in the city and found this. As far as math proficiency goes, Poly, where Stinney's daughter went, performed the best in Baltimore. But even at the best, just 26% of the students at Poly scored proficient in math. The second best high school in the city, Baltimore School for the Arts, had just 10% of its students test proficient in math. City College and Western each had 8.9% test proficient. Overall, at the top 5 high schools in Baltimore, just about 11% of the students who took the test scored proficient in math.
I think the leadership, if it's not working, it's not working. If you're not getting the results, you're not getting the results. And anytime you're not getting results there, it starts with the leadership.
Can't keep putting money into a bad system.
Some city leaders agree with Stinney. Sheila Dixon, who is running for mayor, has already called for city school CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises to resign.
We need to hold the school CEO and the administration accountable.
We all understand that children are our future.
But State Senate President Bill Ferguson stands by Dr. Santelises, saying no one person can be held accountable when students are undereducated.
I have a great deal of faith in Dr. Santelises. She is incredibly thoughtful.
What do others think? Project Baltimore sent this email to Mayor Brandon Scott and every member of Baltimore City Council, which gives city schools hundreds of millions of dollars in funding every year. We asked them, do you find these results acceptable, especially at the best high schools in the city? Do you support Dr. Santelises? Do you believe these results warrant a city council special hearing to question the school system? So far, we have not heard back from any of your elected officials. If we do, we'll pass along their response.
How's your daughter doing now?
She's great.
Meanwhile, Stinney told Project Baltimore his daughter worked very hard, and with the help of the military academy tutors, she was able to catch up academically with her peers. But he knows most students coming out of city schools will not be so lucky, which is why Stinney pulled his younger child out of Baltimore City schools. His son now goes to a private school.
We're setting them up to fail. The test scores are absolutely revealing the shortcomings of the classroom instruction.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Residents are concerned about the ongoing youth violence. Coming up next, all details on the latest 2 incidents, plus how a community group is responding.
Clock is ticking for lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Coming up in an 8 o'clock hour, the government agencies now preparing for a shutdown and how this could impact you.
Temperatures will reach the 60s this afternoon as we welcome the first official days of fall. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance for rain. That's ahead in his full weather authority forecast. 7:39 is the time. It is 7:42. We need to get another check of your forecast. Something's going on here.
Well, and it involves our meteorologist, Justin
Always.
Chambers. So, Justin, what's going on? You all right? You going to show up? There you are.
Looks like I am there. All right, good.
Yeah.
Just can't see anything in the camera right there. I guess for some reason it's turned off. But we can see this right now, our downtown Baltimore shot, Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Lots of cloud cover that is out there right now, and that mist that is out there as well. So on your out the door cast, rain jacket and the umbrella. No need for the sunglasses today because we'll keep those clouds around not only today but into tomorrow as well. So if you are out for a run or a jog, upper 50s for the next couple of hours. Overall mild conditions, but a little wet on those trails and roadways. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
I was a victim once with my car being stolen. I was a victim with the insurance company, and I was a victim with the city of Baltimore.
Frustration grows as a woman says thieves racked up tickets while they were driving her stolen car, and why the city is now threatening to take her car if she doesn't pay those tickets as a result.
And coming up right after the break, what's next for Baltimore City's public schools as staggering low test scores and decades of problems are brought to light by our Project Baltimore team. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Obviously, we have to have unbelievable urgency to it's not acceptable where we are.
Every citizen desires and deserves educational excellence for our future. We're talking about 1,736 students. We're not talking about elementary school, we're talking about high school. Where do they go from here if they cannot add, subtract, and divide?
Poor performance for decades. A lawsuit based on poor education with national attention and civil rights lawyers. A redaction of data and now leaked information showing just how poorly Baltimore City Public Schools are performing. So what is Baltimore City Public Schools' next move? Joining us this morning, crisis leadership expert with the Falston Group, Rob Weinhold. Thank you so much for coming in, Rob.
My pleasure.
You look at this, it's a business. I mean, you just heard how many students across Baltimore City are in public schools, how many families are impacted by this, decades of impact here. And you're saying, okay, if this was a performance, a business that was out, this is $1.6 billion every year coming into the public school system. Wouldn't you get rid of the leadership if they were doing this poorly?
Well, I think the soundbite you just heard is exactly right. Where do we go from here? I mean, no question, next to public safety, this is probably the most difficult job in Baltimore. That said, results, results, results. The bottom line is the results are deplorable at this point. I think they're alarming. They're disappointing in many respects, and something has to be done. People want to know what happened, what caused it, what are the short and long-term effects, what's being done now, and what's being done in the future, and identify the root cause. Is the root cause financial? Is it infrastructure? Is it teacher recruitment and retention? Is it safety? Is it community engagement? Is it parents? Maybe it's all of those combined, but at the end of the day, you're dealing with a systemic failure, and something must be done, and you have to look at those people who are empowered and are accountable, because you can shift authority, but you can never shift accountability.
Well, and you just heard transparency is lacking coming out of North Avenue. We've been dealing with that for years. Fox 45 has been dealing with that. Project Baltimore also coming in years ago, also talking about it. And the only response that you really do get is saying that, you know, it took decades to get this systemic problems here, so it's going to take a while to recoup them. Give us some time. 7 years now for Dr. Sonia Santelises. Is that enough time for her to have proven her worth?
7 years is a long time. You have to look at the metrics. You have to look at the trajectory. But again, where do we go from here? And so the bottom line is, if it's not working, it must change, no question about it. So you take a look at leadership. You take a look at the board. You take a look at all the stakeholders. And what's the right recipe? Do we have the right recipe? Are we looking at best practices? But you brought up something very important, and that is transparency. You're dealing with a severe case of marketplace trust. Do parents trust the educational system to serve their students well? The bottom line is curious educators, curious students. We need that in the classroom, because it is the foundation, it's the bedrock of someone's future and the city's future, and every investment must be made to make sure that this is turned around, and as quickly as possible.
Quickly as possible is the key. Last question for you then. Will lawsuits be the catalyst then to move this quicker?
Lawsuits are a catalyst, there's no doubt about it, but the catalyst really lies right here, in the heart, the passion for doing the right thing for the right reasons. Put politics aside, put agendas aside. Let's make sure the North Star are the students that show up each and every day and do the very best for them, regardless of what the outcomes for others may be. It's about the students. Let's not forget that.
Reward the ones that are putting in the work.
Exactly.
Rob Beinhold with Falston Group, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure. Now we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, looking at this misty morning, and it doesn't look like it's going to leave anytime soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tom, and we're going to probably be more misty today than we were yesterday. We did have some dry conditions out there yesterday, and even some pockets of that sun very briefly in the morning time. But this is what it looks like this morning, and this is probably what it will look like for most of the day today. We may get some of this mist to let up a little bit, but our temperatures are staying cool. In fact, cooler than yesterday. If you can believe it, we actually made it to 70 degrees for the second day in a row yesterday, but 59 your temperature right now. We're going to be hanging out in the 50s and even some lower 60s over the next couple of hours. So on our HD radar, these misty conditions, well, we're not seeing it on the radar because it's not actual raindrops. It's just kind of that mist that is precipitating out of the clouds. That's Ophelia, or what's left of Ophelia, that area of low pressure. And then we've got this ridge of high pressure coming in from Canada. So you've got these two areas, these two systems. The ridge of high pressure is the clockwise flow, and the counterclockwise flow in the low. So both of those kind of coming a little bit closer together. That's where we have the onshore flow. It keeps the wind and the clouds basically around for most of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic, which is why we're so much cooler and why we still have that kind of misty type day ahead of us. Here's a look at your Rise and Shine cast as you enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us. Today, the equilux, where we officially have 12 hours of day and night, happens a couple of days after the equinox. So then after today, those days will continue to get shorter. Upper 50s and lower 60s for the next few hours. And if you're getting ready to hang out at Camden Yards for the big game tonight, well, hopefully get that game in. We're going to see those off and on showers through the afternoon with temperatures that stay cool in the low to mid 60s, even about 5 p.m. if you're out there at Pickles getting ready for the game. Remember, 6:35 for that first pitch, 63 your temperature there at Camden Yards. And high temps will be in the upper 50s and lower 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Harford and Cecil counties also seeing the upper 50s and lower 60s for this afternoon. Here's a look at that O's cast as the Nats are in town tonight. The final 6 games of the regular season, all at home for your Baltimore Orioles. And as I mentioned earlier, get the the O's rain gear and those ponchos ready, and even a light jacket as well, because temps are going to hang out in the upper 50s and lower 60s, but again, a few of those off and on showers. Here we go. Wednesday and Thursday should be a little bit drier. Another round of some rain showers coming in Friday, but then Saturday and Sunday, this weekend looks spectacular. Mid to upper 70s, plenty of sunshine, and even close to the lower 80s early next week.
Well, that sounds good. Thank you, Justin. After the break, your favorite shows could be back very soon as a temporary agreement has been reached for Hollywood's writers.
Keeping your child safe as you travel from point A to point B. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we have a live demonstration from a parking lot on how to properly install a infant seat or even a booster.
You're going to want to pay attention, so you need to be alert for that.
That's right. In fact, let's take a coffee break before we get into the safety issues. $7:55 on this Tuesday morning, and trending now, one of the largest jackpots in Powerball's history continues to grow, with no winners stepping forward after last night's drawing.
The grand prize is now estimated at $835 million, with a cash value of $390.4 million. It is the fourth largest in the game's history.
Monday night's drawing marking the 29th straight without a winner since a winning ticket for more than $1 billion claimed in July in California. The next drawing will happen tomorrow.
Well, in Hollywood, writers and studios have reached a tentative agreement, which could mean the return of some of your fan favorite shows.
Tentative contract will first have to pass votes by the Writers Guild Board and then its full members.
Now, if that agreement is passed, late-night talk shows like Jimmy Kimmel Live and The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon could all air shortly after.
But 65,000 actors will still be on strike with no agreement reached with media companies, meaning viewers may have to wait for other shows like Stranger Things and Abbott Elementary, since delays are expected between scripts and production.
We'll stay with Fox 45 Morning News after the break. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will take a look at your forecast and talk about your next chance for some real rain, not just this mist, but rain.
And this morning we're getting ready for the Galbani, Maryland Italian Festival. We'll tell you all about it on the way on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Residents are concerned about the ongoing youth violence. Coming up next, I'll have details on the latest 2 incidents, plus find out how a community group is responding.
And more county leaders are weighing in on the juvenile crime crisis. Just ahead, the action that some are demanding.
And our temperatures are cool, and we're still dealing with some of the rain you saw with Shannon's umbrella right there. So we'll be talking about how long this wet weather sticks around.
Well, good morning to you on this Tuesday, September 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. For the first time, I've noticed my grass needs cut. It hasn't been growing because it was so dry. Now the rain has certainly changed that.
Right, it's about the time you should stop cutting it into the season.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, good luck with that today. It's going to be a little soggy out there, Meg and Patrice. Good morning to you. Probably want to wait till tomorrow till things dry out a bit, because this is what it looks like outside. And yeah, it's nice to get some of that moisture. Obviously, had that big drought-busting storm over the weekend that really helped out with those lawns that maybe are still growing a bit. But you can see right there as we look out over the Inner Harbor, lots of low clouds and temps that are cool. 56 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley right now. 58 for you in Joppatong. town. Good morning to you, Essex and Middle River, right at 57 and 59 currently in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. We'll keep those 50s going for the next couple of hours, even lower 60s through the middle part of the day, and really not getting out of the 60s too much. In fact, our warmest number will probably be about 64, which is the high we're going for this afternoon. We'll drop to the 50s again tonight, a little warmer tomorrow. Finally, some breaks in the cloud cover as we expect a little more sun on your Wednesday. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We begin with the violent crime emergency and the latest incidents in the ongoing juvenile crime crisis.
This year, at least 14 young people have been killed across Baltimore. One of 2 incidents happening just yesterday, adding to the total.
In West Baltimore, a 15-year-old was shot and killed just before 4:30 near Gilmore Elementary School. That scene is actually on the right-hand side right there. So far, police have not named any suspects.
Around that same time, right outside of Dunbar High School, police say a juvenile shot himself. He is currently recovering.
This morning, we have live team coverage on the ongoing juvenile violence.
In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will have more on the continued calls on lawmakers to address the crisis in Annapolis.
But first, we begin with Olivia Dance, who is live with questions surrounding kids and guns following yesterday's incidents. Olivia.
Yo, Megan, this morning residents are concerned about the ongoing youth violence, especially after Baltimore police responded to 2 shootings involving teens just yesterday.
It's easy to say if the parents are more involved, maybe they are, but I don't know, it's just unfortunate.
We have to keep talking about it and say something and do something, not just talk about it, but do something.
On Monday at around 4:30 in the afternoon at North Gilmore near Lawrence Street, officers arrived and found a 15-year-old boy suffering several gunshot wounds. The boy was unfortunately pronounced dead at the hospital. Then a male juvenile was shot outside of Dunbar High School in a parking lot at the rear of the building just after 4 yesterday. He suffered a self-inflicted gunshot wound. It's unclear what led to the shooting, but police confirmed later he is a student at the school. Not far from Dunbar, just 2 hours after the shooting, an already planned meeting was held to do something about youth crime. The faith-based group Act Now is working to hold city leaders accountable. One of the group's members speaking moments after learning about these recent violent incidents with youth. Take a listen to what he said.
Well, part of the resolution is having clarity around the issue, the conversation. We cannot avoid having serious discussions about what's plaguing the city. I don't care how many police you put on the street. I don't care how much money you try to throw at the problem. If you do not have collaboration with community, you're never going to get to the source of our issues.
And Monday's self-inflicted shooting marks the 3rd violent incident at Dunbar this school year. Just last week, a window was shot out at the school. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Now, county executives and commissioners are joining the juvenile crime conversation.
Fox 45 News sent questions to leaders across all 23 counties in Maryland. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage from Baltimore County with some of their feedback. Shannon.
Yeah, and we're getting an earful, Patrice. In fact, county executives in every corner of the state, including here in Baltimore County, are weighing in on those juvenile reform laws and how they're impacting their areas. And many of these leaders, like Harford County Executive Bob Castley, see the urgency in striking down these laws. Take a listen.
The fact that you intended to do something to help kids is irrelevant. They're dying. They're dying because of the votes that we took, the policies that we pushed forward. It's time to reverse course and do a gut check and do the right thing.
Well, the 2 major laws in question right now are the Child Interrogation Protection Act and the Juvenile Justice Reform Act. Right now, 8 of the 12 county executives support calling a special legislative session to address the issues. In fact, let's take a look at more of their responses. In Howard County, Executive Calvin Ball says the new laws have hindered investigations, writing, quote, recent changes in state legislation, while aiming to help ensure our young people have better access to justice, have made it in some ways more difficult to investigate and close cases in which individuals under the age of 18 have been identified as suspects. Cecil County Executive Danielle Hornberger tells Fox 45, quote, the misguided and unconstitutional bills are making our communities less safe. It's time to pass legislation that will hold criminals accountable for their actions. Here in Baltimore County, Executive Johnny Olszewski writes, quote, "We are supportive of discussions that revisit these existing laws and ensure there are appropriate levels of accountability for those who choose to commit crimes, regardless of the age." So the list of leaders continuing to weigh in just continues to grow. So far, though, the governor has not agreed to call lawmakers back for a special session in Annapolis to address juvenile crime. Reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
New this morning, a former Safe Streets employee is sharing his experience after 3 people were injured inside a Safe Streets zone. Topping our next half hour, why he says there is no accountability.
Congress's budget deadline just over 4 days away and a government shutdown looking more and more likely. After the break, we're going to let you know how a shutdown could affect you.
And our temperatures have been hanging out in the 50s for most of the morning, so a cool morning for sure. Those numbers aren't going up too much today. We'll talk about when this rain finally moves out of here. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Yep.
8:09 now. Today, House Republicans are taking another look at a list of spending bills as the likelihood of a government shutdown grows.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers with where things stand right now. Tom.
Yeah, it almost feels like what you see out there. We're taking you live to Capitol Hill, where the countdown this morning to a budget deadline now just more than 4 days away. Think midnight Saturday. Congress has until the end of Saturday to pass a short-term deal. And without one in sight, federal agencies are now preparing for a government shutdown. Many others are too. Google says searches related to a shutdown spiked 5,000% just yesterday, specifically for things like Social Security and veterans benefits, both of which would continue even with the shutdown. Today, we are hearing House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will try to advance 4 Republican spending bills for defense, homeland security, and State Department and agriculture. But even if he is successful, the cuts in each of these bills will practically be dead on arrival in the democratically controlled Senate.
Kevin McCarthy has a problem because he made one promise when he was getting elected Speaker that he would hold spending to a $1.47 trillion number. He then went during the debt ceiling negotiations and negotiated with the president a $1.65 trillion number. And now he is talking to Republicans about a $1.52 trillion number, which Democrats have said they won't accept because it's less than the debt ceiling deal.
While Democrats are demanding a blank check for spending, former President Trump adding pressure to McCarthy, telling Republicans on Truth Social, unless you get everything, shut it down. Some Republicans worry they're the ones who will pay the political consequences.
This will be a Republican shutdown. This is a deal that they all agreed upon not too long ago, just a couple of months ago, and now they can't stick to the deal.
Taking you live to the White House this morning, where the Biden administration now warning, in addition to federal furloughs, millions of essential government workers could see their paychecks delayed, from military members to air traffic controllers and TSA agents. Remember, federal programs could be affected by this too. Talks resume today. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan and Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. One Baltimore man facing murder charges after allegedly shooting a car thief. Up next, a law enforcement expert weighs in on your rights if you're the victim of an auto theft.
And another victim is also speaking up, saying she had to pay the city after her car was stolen. In our next half hour, why she is warning others that getting their cars back might not be easy. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
What do you do if you witness your car being stolen, or if you're carjacked? What are your rights as the victim? This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on the repercussions of your actions. Mari, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Megan. Good morning.
There is a Baltimore man, Mari, now charged with murder after shooting and killing a man who stole his vehicle. Is there any time that a victim can fight back in this kind of a situation?
Well, first of all, with that incident, there were two big problems. One, the owner was a convicted felon, so he was prohibited from even having a gun.
Right.
Second, when you use deadly force, it has to be to protect your life, either deadly forces being against you, used against you, or there's a reasonable threat, and it doesn't look like either one was there.
So what is your advice, Mari? What should our viewers do if they become a victim?
Well, once again, it depends on the crime that's being committed. If it's a property crime, the vehicle is being stolen, the amount of force has to be reasonable. I mean, if people can handle themselves and they can physically, stop that thief, then they can do that. But deadly force is not called for. A carjacking situation is much different. If a weapon's used, someone is, facing that deadly threat. If that victim has a weapon, they're, normally going to be justified in using that to protect their life.
On the policing standpoint, Mari, what can police do to try and stop this from happening? Obviously, the Kia Hyundai situation all across the country spurring a lot of this, but here in Baltimore, the juvenile crime, another part.
Well, yeah, in Baltimore, there's two huge problems. There's not enough police. If you're 700 short, you don't have the police on the street. And then you have the juvenile crime bill that's letting all these bad guys go. Because, when a criminal commits a crime, two things go through their mind. First of all, what's the likelihood I'm going to be caught? And second, what's going to happen if I do get caught? And for juveniles right now, there's none. I really would, recommend law-abiding citizens get concealed carry permits and take extra classes in gun safety and using the law, because I'm afraid this whole situation is going to get worse because people are fed up with being victims of crime.
Interesting. All right, Mari, thanks for weighing in.
Thank you, Megan.
Well, it is 8:18 now, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Still looking like there's a misty fog out there.
Yeah, and Lionel Richie said it best. Stuck on you. Got this feeling down deep in my soul, and I just can't lose. Guess I'm on my way. And that's what we're talking about. We're stuck in this weather pattern here with that cloud cover, with the misty conditions. I don't know if there's a song that has Misty in it. Can you recall one off the top of your head? Like Misty Eyes or Misty something? Anyway, we'll think about it. 59 your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little northeast wind, about 8 to 15 miles an hour. Wind is going to pick up again today, and it's going to keep this cloud cover here and also keep those kind of off and on very light showers. The drizzle, the light drizzle, that's not even being picked up on our HD radar. So you see this right here. You don't see any of the green, but you step outside and you're like, I'm getting wet. That's what we're talking about with those jackets that are needed and the umbrellas today. Still left over from Ophelia, this big old L just kind of hanging out there, that area of low pressure. Then we have a ridge of high pressure coming in from southern Canada. And when you have both of those combined, it kind of forces everything right through kind of in that little channel right there. Both of those systems bring in the onshore flow, which is why we have the wind from the east and those clouds that are hanging around. So out and about here in the next couple of hours, we keep those numbers in the 50s. Noontime, probably not lunch outdoors today unless you're under an awning. 62 your temperature by about noontime. And we'll get to those low and mid 60s into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour as you're out and about for your hump day eve. 76 is typically where we are this time of year. Nowhere near that number. In fact, we're seeing some upper 50s and low to mid 60s up and down the 95 corridor. Look at how all of us in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast under that green right with 50s and 60s, and that's all the onshore flow left over from Ophelia. Got to get over the mountains and over to parts of Ohio and Charleston, West Virginia for 70s. But if you want to fly there today, pilots, unless you're really good at IFR and you want to get some actual instrument conditions, we're talking about an IFR day, which is instrument flight rules. Here's a look at your O's cast as they are back at it with Kyle Bradish on the mound tonight. 6:35, O's back home for the next 6 home games. Probably a little wet there at Camden Yards, so make sure to tip your person that wipes down the seat. Ushers, that's what they're called, right? They wipe down the seats for you. All right, so here's a look at our future scan. Getting into the afternoon, a lot of cloud cover around, couple of scattered showers here and there. We do expect some of those clouds to break up a little bit tomorrow, so hopefully some pockets of sunshine and the clouds lifting. Hopefully some pockets of sunshine and the clouds lifting a bit. But then Thursday, we bring another round of a few leftover showers and another round of rain coming in on Friday. So again, it's going to be at least the next 2 or 3 days before we finally get some drier conditions. Let me tell you, friends, this weekend looks great. 76 Saturday, upper 70s Sunday, 80 by Monday of next week. So any of those outdoor plans you couldn't do last weekend, you definitely can get them done this weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. A stunning Project Baltimore investigation finds that only 11% of students at the best public schools in Baltimore are proficient in math. Coming up, Chris Papps joining us live to discuss one family who found out their daughter wasn't ready for college after all.
And the Maryland Italian Festival expanding this year. As you can see, they got the rides coming. It's going to be bigger and better than ever. We'll tell you all about it, and it's all for a great cause. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Pineapple on pizza? You might not want to suggest that at Maryland's Italian Festival, but it's so good.
My mom likes it that way. Mark Clark is live in Bel Air with all the acceptable toppings, plus what's going on at the festival. Mark.
That's right. Tony does not recommend pineapple on pizza, but there's going to be a lot of pizza. No. See, don't even start. Don't even start it, guys. See what happens? So, Tony, again, we're expanding this year, but the main focus is the money that you raise that goes for great causes, right?
Correct, yes. This year is our 10th year anniversary of SIAB, and with the Galbani, Maryland Italian Festival this year, we'll be giving away a $50,000 check to the Chesapeake Health Education Program for our veterans. It's all going for them. And over the 10 years, we've raised approximately $1 million and gave out $750 to local charities and communities. That's the why. That's the why we do this. That's the why we're having this event. The heritage is great. The food is going to be spectacular. The music and entertainment are great, rides and everything, but the why is money for the kids.
I love it, and also the bocce ball never stops.
The bocce doesn't stop. Saturday's a bocce tournament with a number of teams with a money prize, but Sunday is the Special Olympics bocce tournament.
Love it.
And that's really where it comes together, and we're raising money for them as well. It's going to be a regional tournament we're developing for the Special Olympics, and hopefully we'll get the Maryland team put together. Great for charity, great for food. Come out this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, $10 admission. All the food you want, a lot of food, sausage, meatball, pizza,
Tony, don't do it.
Desserts, cannoli, all you can eat. Come and get us, and it's going to be great.
No, Tony's getting fired up. Okay, let me comment.
Oh, Italian is always, it's my favorite. All right. We're going to put information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A former Safe Streets worker is speaking out on the program following a shooting and stabbing in a Safe Streets zone. Just ahead, where he says leadership is lacking.
Car thefts are happening at an alarming rate. Coming up next, we speak with one woman who says her car being stolen was only the beginning of a months-long headache. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Monday, September 26th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. There's a crab fest that's happening in the studio right now. We're setting that up as we look at that. Yeah, see that? Come on. Hyatt Regency, and we've got head chef right here. So we're going to be chatting with him in just a little bit on how to properly crack some crabs.
How to boil your own, steam your own, see what you do. We steam our own with vinegar, little Old Bay.
Ooh, steaming is very
like
fast.
that.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Have you done your own yet?
So we've had it. Well, no, I've never.
No, your wife is still doing it. Just say
we
it.
had them at our house.
Admit.
We did that. We had a crab fest at our house when Kevin was in town. We had Mom, Danielle, and Cam and over everything. And now I know what to do. And now I like legs, so I like to do the thing and just smack it down.
Get a good popsicle
Get the thing. Yeah, the popsicle. Yeah. So I'm feeling more Maryland every day. And then I look outside and go, oh, okay. There's a cruise ship that can take us to sunny conditions, guys. After we get out of the Chesapeake, in there at Cruise, Maryland right now in the port. We do have the cloud cover. We have the mist that's around. And overall today, we'll keep those clouds and those temperatures that stay cool throughout most of the region here in the DMV. We're talking 57 in Cumberland, 59 in Baltimore City. We're at 63 currently in Salisbury. So your jogging calves out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Yeah, probably getting a little wet with upper 50s and lower 60s, but conditions stay mild. We'll only get to about 64 today. We'll be a little bit warmer tomorrow into the upper 60s and then lower 70s on the way by Thursday. We will have a little bit more sun once we get into tomorrow and Thursday, but the weekend is really what I'm kind of excited about. We'll talk more about your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now. So it's been wet on the roads all morning, Tom. What kind of impacts are we seeing out there?
Yeah, and you know that whenever it's raining out there, we typically see a lot of issues. This one right here, reports of an incident in California. Well, this morning we're seeing more reaction to a stunning investigation by our Project Baltimore team, where they found only 11% of students at the best Baltimore public high schools are proficient in math.
Incredible. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live with more on one family who thought their daughter was prepared for college but found out she wasn't. Chris, what are they telling you?
So Desmond Stinney, he's a father in Baltimore City, and his daughter graduated from Poly, Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, in 2020, which is considered one of the top high schools in Baltimore City. When she graduated and she had honors, she went to one of the United States military academies. When she got there, Desmond is telling us that she was so unprepared academically that she nearly failed out. When she got out of Baltimore, where she was top of her class and began competing with other people from around the country at a military academy, he said she was just not academically ready for it. And he said that the military had to get tutors, bring tutors in. She had to work really hard to get caught up to her peers. And this is what we're seeing in the data that we got, that we've been reporting on now for a week and a half, where, as Tom mentioned, in the top 5 Baltimore City high schools, top 5 performing high schools, 11% of the students in the spring of 2023 tested proficient. Now, these are the schools. Poly, 26% of the students at Poly tested proficient in math, meaning 74% of the students tested were not proficient. Baltimore School for the Arts, 10%. Baltimore City College, 8.9%. Western High School, 8.9%. Forest Park, 5.6%. Those are the top 5 high schools in terms of math proficiencies in Baltimore City.
I mean, yeah, you go down that list, and I mean, those numbers just get smaller. I mean, which is just incredible, 5%, and that makes the top 5.
And
that
Chris,
makes the top 5.
I think the other question is those kids are getting pushed through. You know, that they don't know math, but yet they're still moving grade to grade.
Well, what we know is that is very true. And also what we know is that many of these kids are going to graduate, and these students are going to graduate, and many of them, hundreds, are not going to be proficient in math. That is what this data is telling us. That is what Desmond Stinney told us about his daughter. She graduated with honors from Poly, and she was not ready for math in college, one of the military academies. Now, when we go to people like State Senator Bill Ferguson and ask, who do you hold accountable? He says there's no one to really hold accountable. There's no one person who's at fault here. We've reached out to the mayor. We've reached out to every member of city council. We've reached out to the school board. We've reached out to city schools administration. Nobody will do an interview. But if you guys look at this story, This story is everywhere. If you just Google Baltimore City Public Schools right now and you look at the news feed, this story about these 13 high schools with no students proficient in math is everywhere. This story went as viral can be. The story about the 5 high schools, the 5 best high schools with 11% proficiency, is viral as that can be. But yet nobody inside Baltimore City will talk about it. Not one elected official, not one school board member. It's everyone outside of Baltimore that finds this unacceptable, apparently not the leadership inside Baltimore.
They'd be blaming themselves then. Chris, thank you. Well, continuing coverage this morning of the ongoing crime issues throughout the state. In fact, in Baltimore, police are now investigating a person who was shot, another 2 people who were stabbed in the Sandtown-Winchester Safe Street zone, and that happened Sunday night. Police say all 3 people were likely hurt during a fight at a nearby home. Anyone with information is asked to contact Baltimore police.
Now a former Safe Streets employee who worked in Sandtown-Winchester is sharing his experience in the program. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with his story this morning. Shannon.
Yeah, we spoke with Sean Colbert, who argues there needs to be more leadership and oversight in order for Safe Streets to be successful. In fact, take a listen to some of his thoughts on this.
Upper management is failing them, and that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm talking about. No accountability. There's no accountability. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but it's not a workers' problem. It's a management problem. It's a leadership problem.
Well, right now what you're looking at is video of the crime scene in Sandtown Sunday night. There was a shooting and stabbing here in the same Safe Street zone Colbert worked as a site supervisor for 4 years, where he oversaw the violence interrupters. So our teams went out and checked out the area yesterday to see if we could find any sort of response to this shooting and stabbing incident from Safe Streets. We didn't. In the meantime, Baltimore police are asking anyone with any information on this incident to give them a call or to call the Metro Crime Stoppers. Megan?
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to our continuing coverage on the youth crime crisis with a string of juvenile crime across Anne Arundel County. Police say 15 juveniles committing a number of crimes throughout the county, including carjackings, car thefts, robbery at gunpoint. 6 of the teenagers arrested at one time right outside the Glen Burnie Chuck E. Cheese after police say they hit another vehicle with a stolen car and robbed a sporting goods store. Well, Maryland continues to deal with a wave of car thefts and carjacking affecting thousands of drivers. Olivia Dance joining us live now with what one of these latest auto theft victims is dealing with. Olivia.
Well, Tom, we spoke with a Baltimore County woman whose car was taken by thieves and then recovered the next day somewhere here in Baltimore City. But she says it took weeks for her car to be released, and she's still dealing with the challenges that all this has caused.
It's not so much my car was stolen, it was all the other stuff. I mean, there's no reason why your car should be held hostage for 30 days in the impound zone.
That was Cindy Garofalo, who asked not to show her face, but says her car being stolen was only the beginning of the headache. She received a notice from Baltimore City saying failure to reclaim the car will be considered a waiver of all rights and considered consent to the sale of the vehicle. Then the icing on the cake was 2 speeding tickets she received in the mail. The timestamps on those infractions, both within hours of when her car was taken.
They said, well, it would probably happen while it was stolen. They told me that. And I said, well, why should I have to pay for it? They said, well, we're not going to release your car unless you pay the 2 speeding tickets.
And she says the next step will be getting a refund. We also asked the Baltimore City Department of Transportation why victims are being expected to pay fines that happened while their cars were stolen. This morning, that question is still unanswered. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has uncovered new documents showing the city is trying to recover more than $100,000 from a nonprofit, a local one. Up next, why the Lazarus Wright Foundation is accused of wasting your money.
Fall weather is finally here with a cloudy and cool start to your morning. And yeah, it's pretty misty still. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long we're going to need to carry that umbrella. 8:39. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News all
A nonprofit who's working with the city tasked with picking up your trash is now accused of wasting taxpayer funds. The Lazarus Wright Foundation was accused of wasting thousands of taxpayer dollars under the mayor's Clean Core initiative. It's headed up by the Baltimore City Council candidate Christopher Irvin. Now here's how we got here. Lazarus Wright was granted a 2-year, $1.6 million contract with a $414,000 advance. According to an email exchange, though, between the nonprofit and the Baltimore Civic Fund, which oversees city spending for nonprofits, that nearly $250,000 advance vanished with no receipts provided for the missing money. The city is now demanding about $130,000 of that back immediately. Taxpayer advocate David Williams says had the city done their due diligence, they would have found that Urban, the founder, he's declared bankruptcy. His home is currently in foreclosure, which should have prevented this partnership from taking place.
You're sending it to a nonprofit. There is a lack of transparency, lack of accountability, and this is going to be a growing problem for Baltimore City taxpayers, is that more and more money is going to nonprofits.
All right, look here at the questions we sent to the mayor's office. We're asking, why was Irvin's nonprofit selected for a city contract considering the financial hardship? And what's the vetting process like for granting public dollars to private nonprofits? We also asked, what are you going to do in the future to prevent the misuse of taxpayer dollars? We've not heard back from the city, but we did ask if they're investigating this and where the money is going. They did confirm that they're working on a plan to recoup the missing funds. We'll keep you updated.
All right, Taylor, thank you.
Well, it's time to start cracking some crabs, and we're doing it all for a good cause.
Check it out. Our chef right here live in studio talking about the upcoming Crack the Crab Feast and helping us cook some of our own. We got to head to the kitchen studio. It's 8:43. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Oh, I've already got it on my hands. Look at this. Yes, we're talking about Old Bay classic Chesapeake crabs. It's time to crack down for a good cause. Executive Chef for the Hyatt Regency Baltimore, James Barnett, joining us to teach us the proper crab cracking techniques and, of course, talk about their event and the hotel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, first off, you can smell the Old Bay in here. It smells amazing. It looks great, great display. You've got some sides, but really,
It's all about the crabs.
Yeah, it's all about the main focus here on the board.
Absolutely.
Tell us about this Crab Fest.
So Crack the Crab Fest going on this Saturday from 11 to 1 and then 3 to 5.
Okay.
It's all you can eat crabs. Got all the sides. We've got some barbecue pork. Got smoking that right now. Got some smoked chicken going.
So even if you're not a crab fan,
absolutely,
which bless your heart, we'll be praying for you.
You're in Maryland.
Yeah, I know. But you can still get some barbecue. You can still bring the entire group there.
Absolutely.
Okay, and do it.
Absolutely.
For those that may say, I'm a little nervous, I've never cracked some crabs in Maryland, and it can be intimidating, especially when you're around everyone that's like, oh, just eat the yellow stuff. It's mustard. It's good for you. Or, oh, you're eating the lungs. And you're like, wait, what's going on here? Break us through the process. How do we do it?
So easiest way that I found, I've been doing this since I was about 3 years old. That's because my grandmother told me you got to work for your dinner. Yeah. So remove all the legs. You want to make sure you get
all the legs. You went claws
meat
first and then
right
the
off
legs.
that.
Yeah.
Yep. Go all the way around. Okay. Then we're going to get the apron off.
Okay.
Once you get the apron off here, there we go. Then this whole shell.
Top shell, split it right down
just
there.
pops. Of course, this one's going to be difficult.
Right.
Pops
I
right
watched
off.
you do the other ones and they came off perfect. So yeah, of course.
So we got the lungs.
Yeah, scrape
Come
those
around
off.
with your knife. Somebody said the other day, like, oh, you make it look so easy. I'm like, well, yeah.
You've been doing it since you're 3, and you're like, what, 23 now? So for 20 years you've been doing
20
it.
years. 20 whole years. All right, then all these little knuckles around here.
Yeah.
You just sharp knife, just come right around.
That is, you're like doing it the professional way, too.
How about that, huh?
I'm normally has a cut on my hand. I'm already going, obeying the fingers, right in the cut.
Lemon juice in the cut.
So pulling it around, you've got it.
Yep. So now we've got the body of it. And then I found the easiest way is just split the tops.
Everyone
right
does
off.
it different.
All right. So
I don't think I've ever seen it done like this.
So when you split the tops right, now you've got all this cartilage, and all the meat just lives right in between all
like
these little
falling
ribs.
off the bone, right? Like for the ribs.
So you just go right in between each one of these little ribs, and you pull out a nice little chunk of meat.
Well, let me make sure that you're getting all meat, no cartilage. What am I dipping in here, too?
So we got some butter, we've got a little vinegar, and we've got some Old Bay.
So look at that, satisfying everyone there. Who is this event benefiting then?
So we've partnered up with Thread. Thread is a group here in Annapolis that really goes to breaking the cycle of poverty, working with the schools, breaking
Thread's great. They're all over the place with the other kids. I mean, they're everywhere, yeah.
We've, their holidays event, their holiday fundraiser we've hosted. So it's a great organization, great cause. Yeah. So really happy to be, 10% of the proceeds are going to go right to them. And really just happy to be partnered up with them again.
Oh, that makes it even better. The event even better. This is Crack in the Crab Fest. That's happening at Hyatt Regency this Saturday. Tickets still available?
Tickets are still available.
There you go.
Selling them at the door. Fest. We're also recommend that people go on Eventbrite because you can get them ahead of time. And 1 to 3, and then, 11 to 1, and then 3 to 5.
All right, people are mesmerized watching the tight shot of you do that. In fact, our meteorologist, Justin, right? I've never seen this method before, the way that he did it right there. And Chef Barnett is just like cracking them differently. He used a sharp knife. I'm normally just going in with the nails and just, wiping down. My wife's like, how is it up on the ceiling? I'm like, well, I'm just going, right?
Yeah. Well, I've never seen the body done that way. I always break it in half, and then I take my knife and break it in half again. So that was an interesting.
You went through.
Yeah.
All
right. Have to try it that way. I did notice, Justin, too, they did a lot of work over there, and there's a nice pile of crab that no one's claimed yet.
Nobody's claimed it. I know. Well, I have to do weather. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Megan's going to get in first. But, yeah, it's interesting because, my wife, who's, born and raised in Maryland, right here in the Baltimore region, and, I was mesmerized by her just like I was watching him because I was like, I don't know what you're doing. This is crazy. And then this summer, I'm so proud that I finally, figured it out, and I did, the crabs by myself. So it's an art, and we love it. And we love crab here in Maryland. It's all great things. What a great event as well. Looking outside right now, might be feeling a little crabby because of the mist and all of the low clouds that are hanging around. But fall is here, my friends. I mean, we had that storm over the weekend, and we really haven't seen much of the sun since, I don't know, last week sometimes. Feels like a long time. 59, your temperature right now. It doesn't feel like the first time or the very first time. It feels like a long time. 59, your temperature right now, BWI. Northeast wind about 11 to 15 miles an hour. We're going to keep our temps in the 50s. Notice on our HD radar, a couple of little splotches there, that moisture, but we're really not seeing much in actual rainfall. Most of the real rain is to the north and to the west of us there. And you can see on the larger picture, we still have the remnants from what was once Ophelia. Remember, that was a strong tropical storm that impacted all of us. Now just an area of low pressure, but it's still giving us the onshore flow low, which is why we still have more of the cloud cover around. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Hank, good morning. Crabs. Oh, okay, good. All right. Hank is good to go. So on your bird is the word cast. Hank and his feathered friends looking for those little critters in the ground, but a little bit on the wetter side today with 50s and 60s for the next couple of hours. And we'll see those numbers today that will be for your highs. That's about it. Pretty close to where we are now. 59 in Westminster and Eldersburg, Reisterstown, 61 Cockeysville. So definitely a cool and cloudy day. Typically mid 70s is where we are this time of year. And not only for us here at home, but to the north and to the west. And you can see up toward Pennsylvania. Philly at 60 this afternoon, 63 in D.C., mid-60s in Richmond, a little warmer there if you're heading down the ocean, 68 Ocean City. And we do have some of the coastal flood advisories and the high surf for at least the next couple of days if you are heading to the ocean. Yeah, hold off on getting the yard cut today or the grass cut because we still have those wet and soggy lawns. Wednesday, a little bit drier. Finally, by Thursday, can probably get out there and get it cut. And then we'll have to talk about some more rain coming in on Friday as well. Then we'll have to start talking about our leaf forecast and getting those leaves raked up. But we haven't seen those colors change quite yet. All right, so 60s next couple of days, lower 70s into Thursday and Friday, then mid to upper 70s. Look, this weekend is going to be phenomenal. We're talking mid to upper 70s, plenty of sunshine, above average numbers. And the best thing, guys, is we'll finally see that big ball of orange stuff in the sky.
Yay! Thank you, Justin. Trending now, a survey from Solitaire Bliss surveyed 1,600 NFL fans from each team and found that the Ravens fan base ranked number 7 for most annoying among other NFL fans. Raven fans are also more likely to boo other teams and say "we" to refer to the Birds. As for Ravens fans, the fan base they hate the most is the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Ravens fans are also most likely to trash talk during fantasy football. That is hysterical.
So who are you going to call? Ray Parker Jr. knows in our 9 o'clock hour, we're feeling pretty spooky and looking for some spirits right here in our studio.
But first, we don't want our sleepiness to haunt our coworkers today.
No, we don't. It's time for apparently an Italian coffee break. 8:57 and topping your Tuesday morning business report. Consumers should keep expecting high payments on most everything as the nation's key rate setter signals on what's ahead. The Federal Reserve concluded a two-day meeting and financial experts predict interest rates will remain high for the foreseeable future. The high rates could mean a new normal of high payments for consumers on their borrowing, but others, like those who save, could benefit from the higher interest rates.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
You guys, we have one of the hottest trends from one of your favorite beauty brands and anti-aging brands, Wrinkle Schminkles. Now, every time they come onto the show, and they've been coming on since the very beginning, we sell out. So pay attention because this is a new product. These are their self-dissolving micro needle patches, and here's how they work. You simply peel off the patch, apply with a bit of pressure, and you'll start to see the incredible results. I like to wear these overnight, and they literally melt into your skin. The micro needles are actually crystals on the patch infused with ingredients to plump and hydrate your skin, just like micro needling, a favorite celebrity skin treatment that you can now do at home. Collagen and peptides melt away and infuse deep down into the skin, helping smooth those fine lines and wrinkles, whether it's around your mouth, by your eyes, between your eyes. We all have our areas. Now, most skin treatments sit on top of your skin. The patches work below the surface, and the results come from inside out, into the dermal layers of your skin. We always sell out on Wrinkle Schminkles, so do not wait on this. They come in a pack of 4. Get a few boxes, try them out. Trust me, the results are fantastic. The deal on Wrinkle Schminkles microneedle patches is 25% off. These are a must-have in any beauty routine. Simply go to asadeals.com.
We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It's 9 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
We have to keep talking about it, say something, and do something. Not just talk about it, but do something.
Residents are concerned about the ongoing youth violence. Coming up next, all details on the latest 2 incidents, plus how a community group is responding.
More county leaders are weighing in on the juvenile crime crisis. Just ahead, the action that some are now demanding.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. It's a little rainy out there, but we've got crabs in studio. I mean, all is right now in our world.
Well, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see if everything's going to get right on the outside of our studios.
Yeah, that's the big question, too. Also, you know, the haunting here this hour. So maybe some ghosts of the crab, I don't know, or other things that are around here, things moving in the night. It's close to Halloween. We're 5 weeks away from it. We already have Clyde and Goldie outside. They're ready to go. That's our skeleton in our pumpkin. All right, here's a look at our Towson camp right now. The tree's not quite changing, but let me tell you, friends, with these temperatures, we're going to see some changes coming in the next couple of weeks for sure. Already seeing a little bit of some tree color change out in Garrett County, but most of us are still green. Meanwhile, temperatures in the mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Cockeysville, Bel Air right now at 56, 59 in Baltimore City. We really don't go too much warmer than where we are right now. So if you're getting that yard work or getting some of that fall decor out there, yeah, a little bit on the misty and drizzly side today, but temperatures staying much cooler than we've been the last few days. We're back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We begin now with the violent crime emergency and the latest incidents in the ongoing juvenile crime crisis. This year, at least 14 young people have been killed across Baltimore. One of 2 incidents happening just yesterday, adding to the total.
Now in West Baltimore, a 15-year-old was shot and killed just before 4:30 near Gilmore Elementary School. So far, police have not named any suspects. Now, around that same time, right outside of Dunbar High School, police say a juvenile shot himself. He is currently recovering. This morning, we have live team coverage on juvenile violence.
In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will have more on the continued calls on lawmakers to address the crisis in Annapolis. But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live with questions surrounding kids and guns following yesterday's incidents. Olivia.
Megan, this morning residents are concerned about the ongoing youth violence, especially after Baltimore police responded to those 2 shootings involving teens just yesterday.
It's easy to say if the parents are more involved, maybe they are, but
I don't know. It's just unfortunate. We have to keep talking about it and say something and do something. Not just talk about it, but do something.
On Monday at around 4:30 in the afternoon at North Gilmore near Lawrence Street, officers arrived and found a 15-year-old boy suffering several gunshot wounds. The boy was unfortunately pronounced dead at the hospital. Then a male juvenile was shot outside of Dunbar High School in a parking lot at the rear of the building just after 4 yesterday. He suffered a self-inflicted gunshot wound. It's unclear what led to the shooting, but police confirmed later he is a student at the school. Now, not far from Dunbar, just 2 hours after the shooting, an already planned meeting was held to do something about youth crime. The faith-based group Act Now is working to hold city leaders accountable. One of the group's members speaking moments after learning about these recent violent incidents with youth. Take a listen to what he said.
Well, part of the resolution is having clarity around the issue, the conversation. We cannot avoid having serious discussions about what's plaguing the city. I don't care how many police you put on the street. I don't care how much money you try to throw at the problem. If you do not have collaboration with community, you're never going to get to the source of our issues.
Monday's self-inflicted shooting marks the third violent incident at Dunbar this school year. Just last week, a window was shot out at the school. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, now county executives and commissioners are joining the juvenile crime conversation. Fox 45 News sent questions to leaders across all 23 counties in Maryland. And Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage and joins us with some of the feedback that we got. Shannon.
Yeah, we're getting an earful. In fact, county executives in every corner of the state, including here in Baltimore County, are weighing in on these juvenile reform laws and how they're impacting their areas. And many of these leaders, like Harford County Executive Bob Castley, see the urgency in striking down these laws. Take a listen.
The fact that you intended to do something to help kids is irrelevant. They're dying. They're dying because of the votes that we took, the policies that we pushed forward. It's time to reverse course and do a gut check and do the right thing.
The two major laws in question right now are the Child Interrogation Protection Act and the Juvenile Justice Reform Act. Right now, 8 of the 12 county executives support calling a special legislative session to address the issues. In fact, let's take a look at more of their responses. In Howard County, Executive Calvin Ball says the new laws have hindered investigations, writing, quote, recent changes in state legislation, while aiming to help ensure our young people have better access to justice, have made it in some ways more difficult to investigate and close cases in which individuals under the age of 18 have been identified as suspects. Cecil County Executive Danielle Hornberger tells Fox 45, quote, the misguided and unconstitutional bills are making our communities less safe. It's time to pass legislation that will hold criminals accountable for their actions. And here in Baltimore County, Executive Johnny Olszewski writes, quote, we are supportive of discussions that revisit these existing laws and ensure there are appropriate levels of accountability for those who choose to commit crimes, regardless of age. And the list of leaders that are weighing in on this just continues. In the meantime, Governor Moore has not agreed to call lawmakers back to Annapolis for a special session to address juvenile crime. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The Baltimore mayoral race heats up. Fox 45 News asking the top candidates to participate in a series of town halls.
The battle for the mayor's office could be a race between Mayor Brandon Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Fox 45 News has reached out to both of those candidates, invited them to participate in multiple bi-weekly town halls. So far, we haven't heard back from Dixon or Scott. We'll keep you updated on their responses.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Should Mayor Brandon Scott and Sheila Dixon sit down for a town hall with Fox 45 News? So far, 94% of people who voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now on foxbaltimore.com/vote. President Biden is expected to be in Detroit at noon today as the United Auto Workers strike drags into day 12.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, what do we know about the president's trip?
So Megan and Patrice, the White House has shared very few details about this trip to Detroit, but we do know the president is expected to join striking auto workers on the picket lines to stand in solidarity with the union members. Now, according to experts, this appears to be the first time a sitting president has joined workers in an ongoing strike. And no doubt this is meant to send a powerful message to the big three automakers. Looking ahead to the 2024 election, Biden wants the support of this union. They endorsed him in 2020, but they haven't made a decision on who they'll back yet for 2024. And there are some concerns about Biden's climate policies and his push to electric vehicles. On Monday, Ford announced it would pause construction on $3.5 billion of an EV battery plant in Michigan, citing concerns about its ability to operate the plant during these labor negotiations.
Kayla, switching gears to the stalemate in negotiations there in Washington. We are 4 days away from the budget deadline before the government would shut down any sign of a solution here.
Yeah, today House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will try to advance 4 Republican spending bills, including for defense and homeland security. The problem is the cuts in each bill are practically dead on arrival in the Senate. Federal agencies are now preparing for a shutdown. Many other people are too. Google says searches related to a shutdown spiked 5,000% on Monday, specifically for things like Social Security and veterans benefits, both of which would continue. The White House warns, in addition to federal furloughs, millions of essential government workers could be forced to work without pay. It's everything from military members to air traffic controllers to TSA agents. Megan, Patrice.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Billions of dollars in lost income continues in Los Angeles as the writers' strike is a step closer to ending.
That's some good news there. Tom Rogers in the Live Center now with how actors who are still on strike are feeling about the writers' deal. Tom.
Yeah, that's the big question now. And union writers are technically still on strike, even though they left the picket lines late Sunday after hearing union board members saying that the deal is exceptional. Today, though, many writers are going back out to join their actors who are still striking as a Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Radio and Television, or SAG-AFTRA artists have no meetings in sight. SAG-AFTRA members are closely watching the writers' negotiations and possible outcome of this vote. This all happening is writers' unions vote scheduled for today could be postponed because union leaders are delaying releasing details until they were able to finalize the terms. That was to end late last night, and we are still waiting this morning to hear if the final draft is actually finished. Then the majority vote, but the writers would need to be approved. If it passes, some no-actor shows, like your talk shows, could quickly revamp and have new shows out even by tomorrow. Others are speculating writers may wait and then put pressure on an actor deal to be reached before all union members on and off the screen actually make it back to the set. The leaders have promised a series of meetings later this week where writers can learn about the terms of their deal regarding pay, show staffing, and control of artificial intelligence, which was a big deal in storytelling and their rights. Now, SAG-AFTRA leaders have said they will look closely at the agreement struck by the writers, who have many of the same issues they do, but it will not affect the demands that they have. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan?
No accountability. There's no accountability. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but it's not a workers' problem. It's a management problem. It's a leadership problem.
A former Safe Streets employee shares his concerns with the program. In our next half hour, why he says leadership needs to be stronger. But first, when you're out driving your kids around, you always want to be cautious and careful. After the break, we're going to share more about the proper technique on how to install a car seat. But before we head to break, we want to get a look at your Lenstoller traffic network. We are taking a live look at some of the cameras across the Baltimore region. We are seeing slowdowns and backups out there. Wet conditions. Give yourself some extra time. 9/11 now on Fox 45. Good day.
All right, parents, you know you're always in your car, you're ripping, you're running, it never ends. But we want to make sure we're doing that safely with our little ones in the car, especially when it comes to car seats. We've got Jennifer Stockberger here from Consumer Reports to talk about whether we're doing that right.
Correct.
And we've pulled in our news director. This is David Johns, and we're going to pick on him a little bit. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so we're going to look at what you've done in your car to see if this is correct and what are some of the common mistakes. So let's take a look at what he has done here. And
so David's got 2 seats, a forward-facing seat and a booster seat. So there's 5 kind of key items. One is that you have the right seat. David, I'm sure, knows the height, the weight, the age of his kids, making sure they're within the weight and height limits. The second is that the seat is tight to the car. So when you're judging the seat at the belt path, no more than 1 inch of movement.
That looks like he did a good job.
That looks like you did a great job. And he's got it installed here with the belt. Perfect. Now is the harness tight. Once David puts his kids in, when you tighten up the harness, you shouldn't be able to pinch any webbing when you check at their shoulder. If you can grab a piece of webbing like this, you need to tighten it a little bit more. You should be able to slip your fingers. The third thing is harness height. Forward facing, like David's kids are, at or above the shoulders. Rear facing, at or below. And then rear facing, the recline, very important for new babies so that they don't push their head forward and cut off their own airway. And then for forward facing, this top tether. People think it's a minor adjustment, but it really limits the ability of the seat to move forward. So there's really kind of 5 things: right seat, seat tight, harness height, harness tight, tether, and recline.
So you get an A+.
Yes,
and
you
you know what?
Get an A+?
You get an A+. Yes.
Okay, that's great.
And it's not always easy figuring it out, car seat. And you've got 2 to figure out. So
2. I got 2 to figure out. And how about the other one? Does the other one look okay?
Right. So for booster seats, the whole objective is to position them so that belt fits them correctly. They say belt to bone. You want that shoulder belt centered across their collarbone and the lap belt low across their hip bones. You want to engage their bones. So the booster brings them up so that they can fit correctly, not across their neck, so they're tempted to put it behind them, not on their abdomen where it can cause injury if the forces are too high.
And if somebody is looking for a car seat right now, you all have made it free all week for them to come and look at your ratings and review.
Right, free forever. So car seat ratings for Consumer Reports are free now for everybody. We also have an infant car seat finder and tons of new education information ratings at consumerreports.org/babies on all things new baby.
All right, and that finder is important because so many people go to like the marketplace or resale places, and it's not always safe. So your tool helps.
Right. These are adding to our ratings, which evaluate crash and ease of use and fit to vehicle. David, you can attest. It's a challenge. Every car seat is different. Every car is different. So look for the ratings and then look at things in the finder that may be suiting to your lifestyle. Light seats, small car, big car. It kind of steps you through that.
All right. Jennifer, thank you so much. And
Thank
David,
you.
good job.
Good job.
They reviewed my car seat. Now I get to review the morning show.
Well, we do a great job all the time. And wait a minute, Justin, you notice he's got on his rain jacket because it is spritzing, still misty out here on us.
Yeah, thankfully our boss actually listened to my weather forecast this morning. That's good. And good to see you guys out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Definitely
Thank you.
Still a little bit on the
Dan.
Misty side of things out there. That is what we were just seeing. And looking at our Towson cam right now, zoomed in on the Towson traffic circle. Little bit of the trees trying to change their color just a bit. It is definitely fall, my friends, and our temperatures are reflective of that. Look at that, mid to upper 50s right now, 59 officially in Towson. Northeast wind about 9 to 15 miles an hour. And as you look at our HD radar, even though we've seen the mist all morning, we really haven't seen the actual radar returns. That's because the radar basically detects hydrometeors, and that's why we talk about meteorology. So when the raindrops are big enough, they reflect back, and that is why we see the rain on the radar. Where we're actually seeing the rain, we're talking Williamsport up into Scranton. So even though it's not raining per se, it's still wet when you step outside. What's the reason for this? Well, 2 areas or 2 systems, a ridge of high pressure and a ridge and an area of low pressure. So you got the ridge to the north, the low to the south. That's the remnants of Ophelia. So both of those working in conjunction, pulling in the onshore flow. That's when we see all of that cloud cover just kind of sitting on top of us. Now, I was talking to another David that works here, and he was like, man, can you do something about this clouds? And I'm like, well, can you do something about my pay? And then it didn't work out. It was like a whole situation. But he had a good point. He said, you know what, if it's cloudy during the week and nice on the weekends, I'm good with that. So if you have to work today and you're seeing those temperatures in the 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, just think when your days off are, if they're Saturday and Sunday, we've got some very nice weather on the way for this upcoming weekend. Maybe a little bit wet out there at Camden Yards as the boys are back in town for the first game in a 2-game series against the Nats tonight. 59 your high in Westminster and Bel Air, 61 in Cockeysville, 63 in Baltimore. So not much warmer than where we are right now. We'll keep those numbers in the 60s for that first pitch at 6:35 tonight. And again, a couple of light showers. Hopefully not going to see a cancellation. I'm just thinking maybe a delay, but obviously that field's going to be pretty soggy out there. This is our future scan. So there's the low I was talking about, keeping those clouds around for the next day. Now tomorrow, we are expecting to see at least some breaks in the cloud cover. Should not see the mist tomorrow so much. And Thursday, we get another round of a few showers popping into the afternoon with a few more clouds. Friday, guess what? A little bit more of those off and on showers. But then it's Saturday when we finally break out of this pattern and break on through to the other side. 67 tomorrow, 71 on Thursday, 72 on Friday, and then mid to upper 70s, plenty of sunshine. Gorgeous fall weekend right as we get into October. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Using our Len Stoller traffic network here, you can see those rainy, misty conditions out there. Live look over Ruxton Road and Charles Street. The good news is traffic is moving through this area just fine. Beltway seeing a few slowdowns still. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the events happening today in our region. Towson, Baltimore County Schools. Public school superintendent, that is, Dr. Miriam Rogers, will be holding a news conference in regards to the first month of the school year. Plus, later this evening at the Piney Orchard Ice Arena, a rivalry that goes back ages. The Anne Arundel County Police Department will be taking on the fire department in the 2023 Arundel Cup. Preparations are ahead as Baltimore plays host city again for the CIAA basketball tournament. How you can score some discounted tickets.
The state's largest Italian festival is going down, and it's expanded this year. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
You got this?
Benvenuti al Festival Italiano.
Why did I even second guess? That was beautiful. Mark Clark, live in Bel Air with all the Italian festivities. Mark, did you hear that?
Now I'm going to go put pineapples on my pizza, though.
I'm with Joe Papa here at the state's largest Italian festival. We're getting ready for the state's largest Italian festival. And Joe, great seeing you. Saw you last year. You guys have expanded this year.
We have expanded. So this year, from the 2-day bocce tournament we did last year, we've been kind of running in parallel with the Galbani, Maryland Italian Festival. And so we've been preparing this for almost 18 months now. And this weekend is go live. So we've expanded. It's a 3-day event. Friday will be open from 5 to 11, Saturday 11 to 11, and Sunday is 11 to 7.
I love it. I see the rides out there.
Yep, we have carnival rides this year for both adults and kids. We have a gaming midway. We have a beer, wine, and liquor piazza. We have a 2-day bocce tournament that'll be going on again this year, with Sunday hosting the regional Special Olympics teams will be coming in from other states and stuff as well this year. So they've kind of expanded that as well.
And Joe, it's a great time, but the main thing is the money raised for great causes, right?
Money's raised for a great cause, and there's a lot of Italian food here.
Oh,
a lot of Italian food.
I can
you
smell
will
it
not
already,
You will
man.
not go home hungry.
I love it. I can smell it already. Wait a minute, Joe. Did you have an Italian sausage this morning?
I have not yet, but I'm going to have one for lunch.
It's going down, guys.
He looks happy
Amazing. It's
about
going to be a
it.
great time.
All right, Mark, we're going to put up information. We all want to have that great time. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
The O's regular season is winding down, but their chances of winning the AL East continue to grow. Still ahead, the Birds' magic number to win their first divisional crown in 9 years.
And mostly cloudy this afternoon with a few stray showers across the region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next time we're going to see sunshine. 9:26, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
A former Safe Streets worker is speaking out on the program following a shooting and stabbing in a Safe Streets zone just ahead, where he says leadership is lacking.
Car thefts are happening at an alarming rate. Coming up next, we speak with one woman who says her car being stolen was only the beginning of a months-long headache.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 9:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers looking relaxed, ready to go here for this Tuesday.
Can you tell by my hair I was out in the rain?
No.
I wasn't going to say
It
anything.
didn't curl like it normally does.
Yeah, no, that's how it's just like one of those kind of hair days where you're just like, forget about it, because yeah, we got the mist out there and the cool temperatures now. Definitely feeling fall-like as we look outside right now. Let's show you that picture at Camden Yards. We hope things will be a bit drier in less than 12 hours from right now. In fact, they're just 9 hours away from the first pitch there. 6:35 tonight. O's back in town. Next 6 games and the final 6 games of the regular season. Okay, well, they moved the camera. That's all right. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Want to get your exercise in? Yeah, you're probably going to get a little bit wet and misty as well, with temperatures that will stay in the 60s. We'll top out only about 63 today. Back to the mid to upper 60s. We should see a little bit of sunshine tomorrow. Thursday may have a better shot at that, but I'm telling you, the weekend is when things are really going to shine. We'll take a closer look at that weekend forecast for you coming up.
They don't do nothing. You might see them once in a while. Inside that, that's it.
Well, now to our continuing coverage of the violence plaguing our state. Here in Baltimore, police are investigating one person shot, 2 other people stabbed in the Sandtown-Winchester Safe Street zone on Sunday night.
Police say all 3 people were likely hurt during a fight at a nearby home. Anyone with information should contact Baltimore police. Now, a former Safe Streets employee who worked in Sandtown-Winchester is sharing his experience in the program.
Shannon Lilly joins us with his story. Shannon.
Yeah, we spoke with Sean Colbert, who argues there needs to be more oversight and leadership in order for the Safe Streets program to see some success. Take a listen to his thoughts.
Upper management is failing them, and that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm talking about. No accountability. There's no accountability. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but it's not a workers' problem. It's a management problem. It's a leadership problem.
Well, this right here is video of the crime scene in Sandtown Sunday night. There was a shooting and stabbing here in the same Safe Streets zone Colbert worked as a site supervisor for 4 years, where he oversaw the violence interrupters. So our teams went out and checked out this area yesterday to see if we could find any sort of response to this shooting and stabbing incident from Safe Streets. We didn't. In the meantime, Baltimore police are asking anyone with information on this incident to give them a call or to call the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Well, turning now to our continuing coverage of the youth crime crisis with a string now of juvenile crime across Anne Arundel County. Police say 15 juveniles committed a number of crimes throughout the county, including carjackings, car thefts, and a robbery at gunpoint. 6 of the teenagers were arrested at one time outside of a Glen Burnie Chuck E. Cheese after police say they hit another car in a stolen vehicle and then robbed a sporting goods store.
Maryland continues to deal with a wave of car thefts and carjackings. This morning, we're hearing from a Baltimore County woman on the struggles after her car was stolen.
I was upset because now you're going to sell my car if I don't get it, but you won't give it to me. I kept calling them about my car. When can I get my car? When can I get my car?
Well, we have Olivia Dance joining us live now with the latest issue. One of thousands of drivers who have become auto theft victims in recent months. Olivia, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan. And we spoke with that Baltimore County woman whose car was taken by thieves and then recovered the next day somewhere here in Baltimore City. Now, she says it took weeks for her car to be released, and she's still dealing with the challenges that all this has caused.
It's not so much my car was stolen, it was all the other stuff. I mean, there's no reason why your car should be held hostage for 30 days in the impound zone.
That was Cindy Garofalo, who asked not to show her face, but says her car being stolen was only the beginning of the headache. She received a notice from Baltimore City saying failure to reclaim the car will be considered a waiver of all rights and considered consent to the sale of the vehicle. Then the icing on the cake was 2 speeding tickets she received in the mail. The timestamps on those infractions, both within hours of when her car was taken.
They said, well, it would probably happen while it was stolen. They told me that. And I said, well, why should I have to pay for it? They said, well, we're not going to release your car unless you pay the 2 speeding tickets.
She says her next hurdle will be getting a refund, and we reached out and asked the Baltimore City Department of Transportation why victims are being expected to pay these fines that happened while their cars were stolen. This morning, that question is still unanswered. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. The Baltimore County Police Department is trying to help you protect your cars. Kias and Hyundais have been targeted more than other vehicles during this year's spike in car thefts due to a design flaw. On October 7th, Baltimore County Police will give out free steering wheel locks, and Thompson Hyundai will help owners upgrade their security software. For more information on the event, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
If you have a stolen car story or you know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Scan the QR code on your screen and tell us what happened, or send an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
More than $100,000 meant to help clean the Baltimore City streets just goes missing. We'll tell you what the city is now trying to do to get that money back for taxpayers.
A cool Tuesday with highs in the 60s just ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect our next warm-up.
And before we go to break, we want to get a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network. We're taking a live look over the Lochraven Boulevard area where you see a little bit of a slowdown there. You're probably just going to want to give yourself some extra time with these wet conditions. 9:35, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Music. New documents uncovered by Fox 45 News show Baltimore City is trying. We're hearing that Baltimore City is trying to find more information. We'll get to this information for you. To recover more than $100,000 from a local nonprofit that did not do the work it was hired to do.
We're talking about the Lazarus Wright Foundation. It was selected to help clean up trash and debris on city streets.
We have Taylor Stewart joining us live in studio to explain why the group is now accused of wasting your money. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. The Lazarus Wright Foundation is a local nonprofit tasked with picking up trash throughout the city. The company is now accused of wasting thousands of taxpayer dollars under the mayor's Clean Core initiative. It's headed up by a Baltimore City Council candidate, Christopher Irvin. Here's how we got here, though. Lazarus Wright was granted a 2-year, $1.6 million contract with $414,000 paid up front. According to an email exchange between the nonprofit and the Baltimore Civic Fund, which oversees city's nonprofit spending, that nearly $250,000 advance vanished with no receipts provided for the missing money. The city is now demanding about $130,000 of that back immediately. But taxpayer advocate David Williams says had the city done their due diligence, they would have found Christopher Irvin, the founder here, had already declared bankruptcy and his home is currently in foreclosure. That, he says, should have prevented the partnership from taking place.
When you're sending it to a nonprofit, there is a lack of transparency, lack of accountability, and this is going to be a growing problem for Baltimore City taxpayers, is that more and more money is going to nonprofits.
So right now, the city's requiring this laundry list of equipment be returned. It cost about $8,000 to Irvin, according to Irvin's records here. We also sent some questions to the mayor's office asking why was Irvin's nonprofit selected for a city contract considering his financial hardships? What's that vetting process like for granting public dollars to private nonprofits? Another question we asked here, the final question, what will you do to prevent nonprofits from continuing to misuse taxpayer dollars in the future? So far, we've not heard back. However, the city has confirmed it is working with the nonprofit on a payment plan to try to recoup this money. We also asked if they're investigating where that money went and if they're going to take any legal action on this. We're not sure yet. We're going to keep on top of this, though, and let you know exactly where your taxpayers' dollars are going. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Another week and another roster move made by the Ravens due to injuries. Coming up, the key players the Flock will be without for at least 4 games.
But first, I'm hearing we might have some unexpected guests here in our studio this morning, so I'm going to leave. I don't want to be part of this. After the break, some paranormal investigators are going on the hunt for some spirits right here in our studio. What's in our flowers? Why are we showing the flowers?
Get this. The opera might have a phantom. Now it's time to see if Fox 45 News, our studio here, has any spirits of our own. Really hoping we don't. Trying to knock on some wood in honor of National Ghost Hunt Day on Saturday. Owner of Get Haunted, Rob Stackowitz, sitting next to me, and executive director of There Goes My Hero, Mary Kay DiUbaldo, joining us live in studio with a thrilling event that's happening this weekend. Good morning to the both of you. I'm excited, I think, as we're going to try to see if there are any spirits here in the studio right now.
We can try, sure. Yeah, and good morning to you. We're
Good
happy
morning,
to be
Megan.
here.
So what do you have in your hand, first of all?
Well, I'm holding a voice recorder. We use these when we're on investigations to literally see if we ask questions and people answer sometimes. This past weekend, we had an amazing one.
And where did you do that?
At a place called Mid-Orange Correctional Facility in Warwick, New York.
Oh my goodness, I can only imagine. So you're going to start this recording here while you start seeing if anything is happening. I know you're going to be having a big event this weekend. Lord Baltimore, there's some conversations you're going to be having there.
Absolutely. It's our second year back. We're honored to do it. It's for a wonderful cause again this year. We bring guests in, break them into small groups, and conduct their own paranormal investigation just like they watch on TV.
Very interesting. I want to bring you into this as well because we talked about this benefiting a great cause. Tell us what that is.
So There Goes My Hero is a nonprofit whose mission is to save lives, provide hope, and help those impacted by blood cancer.
Wow. So how did you partner with this? Of all the things you can partner with for such a well-deserved...
Well, I know Lee Johnson Lowe from the Lord Baltimore, and he thought we would be the perfect recipient. And not only is this a great thing for our cause, but this is in my wheelhouse. I am all about haunted.
So you've been to Lord Baltimore before. Were there spirits there?
Absolutely. Last year we had some great activity. The guests were loving it. So we're excited to be back.
They're loving it. I'm not sure. So how can you tell us right now if you're feeling anything here? How long does it take?
It takes a little while. Sometimes it's immediate. You know, certain places just have a different energy and a different vibe to it. And the Lord
Can you
Baltimore,
feel it without, I mean, I don't even know what these are. You've got some equipment here. Can you get a sense yourself after doing this for so long?
Yeah, after 20 years of doing this almost, yeah, you can kind of sense when you
Do you
walk
sense
into a
anything in here? This used to be an old can factory, we hear.
Yeah, you know, when I pulled up, I was on the phone with my business partner and co-owner, Sarah, and I was like, yeah, this place has a little bit of a weird vibe to it. So,
really?
Yeah.
Cool, we say that too.
And maybe it's him, I don't know.
So what is it that you're using to see if there's a spirit? How can you find them?
There's a lot of different ways. Obviously, your body is the best tool that you have. Ever walk into a room and the hair stands up on the back of your neck?
That's
like,
well, I just got it right now. Yeah, Rob. Now I've got it.
But we do. We also employ different equipment. We have something as simple as a cat ball sitting there that will light up if something touches it. We have little. Yeah, you got to give it a little nudge. See that?
I see. So do you sometimes see that light up without having
absolutely.
Really?
Eastern State Penitentiary in Pennsylvania. Absolutely.
You see my
amazing.
arm? That you talk about having the chills right here. Is it ever dangerous? Do you ever feel scared or worried that maybe you've awoken someone that did not want to be talked to?
No. Listen, in all the years of doing this and bringing thousands of people on overnight investigations, we haven't lost anybody yet.
Yet. He said yet. I have so many more questions for you. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us. We're going to see if you found a spirit. Oh no, Justin's body is gone. So we're going to keep testing, see if we can find Justin and the rest of him, but also if there's actually spirits here. So you'll do a little test right here, and then at the end of the show, maybe we can show what's up.
Absolutely.
All right.
Huh. Interesting. I like it.
You feeling good about this?
No, look. The second I walked into this building a couple of years ago, I was like, there's something amiss.
Funny?
Yeah, something amiss, yeah. There's all sorts of rooms here. There's an elevator that I don't know where that elevator goes, man. I never get in that elevator because that scares me. So anyway, It's kind of a ghost haunting day. I mean, we're 35 days out from Halloween, and this is what it looks like outside right now from our Towson camera. Lots of that cloud cover, that kind of mist that's hanging around. And so maybe a day to hang out indoors, watch some scary movies, get your ghost hunting on. 59 your temperature right now in Towson. Northeast wind about 9 to 15 miles an hour. We'll continue to see the wind that will be with us through the day today, at least breezy conditions. And you can see at our HD radar, not much is actually popping up there. That's because the mist that's coming out of the clouds is just not big enough to even register on the radar. So got to go far to the north to actually see some real rain. But the reason why we're getting this is what we've been talking about all morning, that onshore flow, a couple of different systems. Ridge to the north, that high pressure area of low pressure, which used to be Ophelia to the south, both of those working in conjunction to bring all of that moisture and all that cloud cover right on top of us. That's why we have the easterly wind. So cool, cloudy, and breezy. Off and on showers for the day. Today is Equinox Day, where we have 12 hours of day and night. It happens after the autumnal equinox. So today is the day, and then after this day, we'll actually see those days getting shorter with more nighttime hours than daytime hours or daylight hours. Upper 50s and lower 60s for your high temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. And notice, same situation basically all over the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast with those clouds just kind of socked in place. Finally, by the time we get to the weekend, we'll see some drier conditions. Hopefully we get that tonight at Camden Yards. We know the O's are back in town, and they stay in town basically for the rest of the season, the rest of the regular season at least, going all the way through Sunday. But lower 70s into Thursday and Friday, mid to upper 70s, plenty of sunshine, even close to 80 by early next week.
9:50 now. The Ravens hope to get injury relief from 7 players ruled out in Sunday's overtime loss against the Colts. But before any potential good news came more bad news. Wide receiver and special teams ace Tylan Wallace was placed on the injured reserve with a hamstring injury. That IR move means that Wallace is automatically out 4 games. Wallace, just one of multiple Ravens to leave early in Sunday's game. Running back Gus Edwards is in concussion protocol. Receiver Rashad Bateman suffering from a hamstring injury. Edge rusher David Ajabo out with a hurt ankle. Safety Geno Stone nursing sore ribs.
The good side is that the guys are coming back. You know, the downside is not coming back. All of them are coming back right now, you know, or they haven't already been there. So. But we'll coach the guys, and the guys will step up and play. You saw guys play very well yesterday, but that's just part of it, and we'll just keep working through it. Like I said, no excuses. Just get ready for the next game.
Turning now to the Orioles, as their magic number to clinch their first AL East title in 9 years is now at 3. We are taking you live to Camden Yards' big night tonight. The O's going head-to-head with the Washington Nationals for a quick 2-game Beltway series. First pitch set for there, 6:35 tonight at Camden Yards. Well, the Orioles, again, the magic number to clinch the first AL East title in 9 years, as we mentioned, down to 3. Both the Rays and Orioles are up. Nope, the Orioles are playing today. The O's could win the East. The earliest is Wednesday. They would have to win tomorrow, and Tampa Bay lose to set up a Wednesday clinch.
The annual CIAA tournament is quickly approaching, and tickets are on sale right now.
Next year's tournament will once again be at CFG Bank Arena in Baltimore, showcasing some of the best Division II college basketball teams in the country. Early bird discounts are now available through October 9th on the CIAA website. The tournament runs from February 26th to March 3rd. And this is something to get excited about. According to Puck News, a reboot of the U.S. version of The Office could be in the works. It's unclear if standout Steve Carell, John Krasinski, Jenna Fisher, Mindy Kaling, just to name a few, if they would be in this. We know Puck writers Matthew Baloney and Jonathan Handel cover Hollywood extensively. They say original showrunner Greg Daniels is set to return. An article we're hearing from last year quotes Daniels as saying he is not sure about bringing back some of the same characters. Rather, he thinks a new version of The Office should be part of the original program's universe. I don't know.
Well, it's breezy, it's cloudy, it's cool, it's yucky, it's messy, it's that, what you're seeing. This is today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know the next time we can expect the sun to shine through all of this. That's coming up in this exclusive 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.